Wednesday, May 22nd, 2024 at 6 p.m. We'll start with a pledge of allegiance and then we'll do a roll call and go with the rest of the meeting. Commissioner Knudsen's going to lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we'll start with a roll call on starting with Commissioner DeSoto. Please state your name and if you have any conflicts.
Barbie DeSoto, no conflicts.
Lisa Jensen, no conflicts.
Robert Knudsen, no conflicts.
Jeff Whitlock, no conflicts.
Melissa Kendall, no conflicts.
Andrew South, no conflicts.
Daniel Gonzalez, no conflicts. Okay. Although this is a public hearing, only the presenters and those invited by the commission may speak or ask questions unless otherwise invited by the chair. Please wait to speak until called on. When speaking, please be sure to speak into the microphone so that the record is clear. Please state your name and the city of residence for the record. Please limit side conversations as they interfere with the audio recording. If you need to have a side conversation, please step out of chambers and look for one of the members of city staff. Please do not attempt to interrupt or speak over others. Intimidating or threatening speech or behavior will not be tolerated at any time. Please refrain from clapping, cheering, booing, or being otherwise disruptive during the hearing. We'll go ahead and start with, I'll introduce item number 1 on the agenda. Damon and Angie Reynolds request a zone map amendment from the A15 agricultural zone to the R110 one-family residential zone in order to create a 2-lot residential subdivision located at approximately 1730 North, 2300 West, Grandview North neighborhood. Staff member Dustin Wright will be presenting. Thanks, Dustin.
Yeah, thank you. So this item here, this is a rezone that the applicant is requesting on this property that's highlighted here in front of you. It's approximately 1.57 acres. And just on the other side, on the north side there of 1730 North is Orem City. So it's right on the Provo-Orem border. The applicant would like to be able to subdivide the property into 2 residential lots. And so they've submitted a preliminary plat application for the city to review. And so the property would be accessed from 1730 North as 2300 West is not a public street, it's a private drive. So they've shown how they'd be able to do that if the property were rezoned. Here's the current zoning map. So the property highlighted there is in the agricultural A15 zone currently, and it's adjacent to the residential R110 zone that they're asking to be rezoned to match that zone to the east. And the general plan designation for this area is residential and not agricultural. So the proposed rezone request fits within our general plan map designation, and staff's reviewed this and has recommended that the Planning Commission forward a positive recommendation for this rezone request to the City Council. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
I have a question. I'll start. I see that there was a neighborhood meeting on September 22nd, 2022. Can you tell us a little bit about what the substance of that meeting was and maybe explain a little why it was 2 years ago?
Yeah, so I wasn't there, so I wouldn't have much information, but I know Mr. Greenwood, who's been the engineer with the applicant, was there, and he might be able to provide some information for you.
I'll have him address it when the applicant comes up. Thank you. Commissioner Jensen.
I was just wondering, where will the driveway access be? Is 2300 West the access for both of those lots?
No, it would be from 1730 north, so it would
So the
be,
west side will be like a driveway that goes down for both of them?
There will be so I'll jump back here. So this shows, lot number 1 would be accessed, from 2200 North Orem or, 1730 North Provo, that street there. And then lot number 2 would be a flag lot, so it would be also accessed off of that street as well.
Okay. Is that why they're so unevenly divided? Because accessing 3 with the same measures wouldn't work? I just thought it was interesting that they were only trying to get 2 lots instead of 3.
Yeah, so with that, not being a public street to be able to front off of 2300, that limits it to only being able to yield 2 lots.
Okay, thank you.
Any other commissioners? Go ahead.
Dustin, is there any homes or anything on the property now that will have to be destroyed or taken down?
No, it's currently just a vacant lot. I think they have horses on there right now, but
What's-
no
What's there
homes.
at the bottom?
Down in the bottom corner?
Mm-hmm. That just a
Just some type of-
horse barn or something?
Yeah, that would be my
Okay.
guess. I'm not 100% sure, but it's
Okay.
not a home.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
On the first map you showed with the agricultural zoning everywhere, you have an agricultural down half the street and R110 on the other half. And in your staff report, you said that the driveway, the private driveway would remain in the agricultural zone. So is there really going to be just a little sliver of agricultural zoning left? Or will the other half of the driveway that's adjacent to this spot also be rezoned? Just
So-
wondering what that will look like on a map. Is that clean?
Yeah, so just the property that's highlighted there in red is where the rezone will take place. If you're referring to 2300 West, that's its own parcel. That's not being rezoned.
So there'll be a little strip of green around, like on the road on 1730 North, there'll be some green and on, I'm just wondering
Yeah,
what's
so-
gonna look like when
Yeah,
it's,
so the way when a property is rezoned, we go to the midpoint of the street and change the zone to there. So on 1730 North, directly in front of
That will
this
go.
parcel, that'll be R110.
and 2300 as well for that northern half.
So 2300 isn't a street, so it's actually going to stay agricultural in this map. When that cul-de-sac property was rezoned to R110, that
It shouldn't go over that
it
far.
shouldn't go over. So that was just
Okay.
a mapping area that we'll correct.
I was wondering why one did and not the other. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff member? Right? Right, thanks, Dustin. Will the applicant please come forward? If you're in go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and state your name and city of residence.
Yeah, no problem. Mark Greenwood. I'm with ALM Engineering here in Provo. So I'm representing the owners of this parcel in this change. And Dustin did a great job, but I understand you have a couple of questions. So whichever order you want me to go into, I can see if I can address them.
No?
You'd asked
Oh, what
about
was
the
my-
neighborhood meeting.
Oh, yeah. I asked the
So-
question.
Yeah. it was
Tell,
your
yeah,
question.
tell me about the neighborhood meeting and then just the last 2 years.
So when we initially applied for this, the intent was the owner of this property, or the gentleman that purchased this property, was trying to work with the owner of the lane or the driveway through there and see if he couldn't purchase it and do the improvements and get it dedicated as a street.
Okay.
And that gentleman owns a little house just to the south of that driveway, but he owns the entire driveway. They've already granted permission for some of the neighbors to use the driveway, and so it's well used. And Mr. Reynolds said he would do the improvements on it, and if the other gentleman would dedicate it. He hasn't been able to secure that. And so in our original neighborhood meeting, that's what we were proposing, was to do that improvement on that street. And we had to revamp the proposal when we couldn't acquire the street and face everything toward a public street. And Mr. Reynolds is still working with Mr. Settle, the owner of that piece. And the hope is that at some point in the near future, we'll be able to reach an agreement so that they can get that dedicated as a street.
Would, if an agreement is, I mean, I know with what's proposed here, the zone map amendment, it's
Correct.
just a, go ahead. Oh. You're right. Is there anything else you want to bring
No,
up?
I'm just to answer questions.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to cut your time either.
You're fine.
We'll open this for commissioners to have any questions for Mr. Greenwood. With the zone map amendment, we just get a proposal, a site plan proposal, right? And if that right of way or street dedication were to happen in the future, would we see a change to the lot configuration going from a
We certainly could come back in with a plat amendment. I don't know that it would be mandatory to do that. The reason for and there was a question on the larger lot too. The gentleman that owns the property will be building his house on the larger lot. His wife's quite a tennis advocate, and so they want to put up a tennis court. So they needed more room for that. But I don't know that it would be mandatory to dedicate. We'd certainly want to, because I don't know that anybody would want to maintain that other than the city. So if we can acquire it, that's our intent.
Does anyone else have any questions for the applicant?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Greenwood. Yeah. We'll now open the meeting to public comments. We'll start if there's any district chairs present. We'll allow you to come up and speak. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone, so as I said, we're opening this up for public comment. Each person will have 2 minutes to speak. And when your time is up, you'll hear a ding and the microphone will be muted following your I'm sorry. When your time's up, you'll hear a ding and the microphone will be muted. Each person may make one comment. If we have questions, we will invite you to come back to the microphone at that time. This time is for comments only. If you have questions about an item, please speak with staff privately. Go ahead and please come forward, line up and state your name and where you live. I should also note we received letters from the following individuals: Annette Newrin, David. Oh gosh, you're right. Never mind. I'm getting ahead of myself. Any public comment? Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close the public comment portion of the hearing on this item. Sorry, the public comment portion of this item. Okay, commissioners, now we'll have a discussion and entertain straw polls or motions. Once the motion has been made, it will need to be resolved before moving on or making a new motion. Following the vote, we'll announce the result. If there are not enough votes to announce the results, we'll continue discussing. If there are no votes, we'll restate the agreed upon decision and continue to the next agenda item. Any commissioners, any thoughts on this? Go ahead.
I think that the R110 zone is a great request. They're not asking to go down to R16 or something really small, and it's adjacent to R110. It's a great step up from 815 and it matches what the plan called for and what we'd like to see in this area. So I have no problem with it. Aside from there being a little bit of piecemeal zoning with that street there, I think it's a great move.
I agree, and I'll make a motion that we forward a positive recommendation to city council for item 1. The zone map amendment from A15 ag zone to the R110 one family residential zone order to create a 2-lot residential subdivision.
I'll second that amendment.
Any discussion on the motion? Let's go ahead and vote on it. We'll start with Commissioner DeSoto.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. It's 7-0. Item number 2. Development Services requests approval for zone map amendments to place the TDR-S transfer of development rights sending sites overlay zone on 66 properties with known hazards in East Provo, Oak Hills, Indian Hills, and Sherwood Hills neighborhoods. Staff member Aaron Ardmore will be presenting.
Thank you, Commission. This one. All right. So as you're aware, earlier this year, the picture's not working. The city council passed the TDR ordinance. So that became chapter 14.33B in our city code. These maps should be familiar to you. We showed these when that was adopted, but just to kind of go over those again. These are the maps provided by Geostrata, who were consulting with our Provo City Engineering Division on finding issues on some hazardous lots on the East Bench. These areas indicate fault lines, rock falls, slides, and so forth. And that zone was adopted in 2020, or the ordinance was adopted in February 2024. So now we're back to apply that, just the sending sites and just 66 to start. Engineering will tell you that there's more than 66 sites that could qualify. But these are the most obvious ones to try to transfer the density off of to protect the residents and the city. So these 66 sites indicated on these 3 maps are being requested to have the sending TDR-S overlay placed on them by Development Services as a proactive effort to get that going. I will note that we've already been receiving lots of calls on this. I think this is catching a lot of energy quickly, and that's an exciting thing for property owners that have been holding these properties where it's cost prohibitive to build on them, and now they see a new way of value of the property to get that out. So basically, the way this will work is tonight or at the council hearing, if you recommend approval, the council has the choice to approve this. If they do, that overlay is placed on all those properties. Then the sending site property owner can either proactively market it or wait for somebody to come to them, and they can contract with a developer or a buyer of the development rights where they can purchase on all the lots that were shown. They can purchase 2 or 3 essential dwelling units from the site. Then that buyer will have to request the TDR-R, the receiving zone, somewhere else in the city. If that gets approved, that contract can be completed. Certificates are provided to the sending site and the receiving site. And then at the end, the sending site receives a conservation easement. So it's no longer a buildable lot. It just remains open land. I kind of went over the goals of this in February. They're also noted in your staff report. But I think this is a really good solution for some at-risk properties in Provo. But I'm happy to take any questions if I missed anything in the staff report that you wanted me to cover.
Thank you, Mr. Ardmore. Go ahead, Commissioner Jensen.
It's always me. Question about the neighborhood feedback. You said that it's being presented at the neighborhood district meetings, and I know that all of them haven't heard it yet.
Right.
Is there any feedback? Shouldn't we wait till we hear back, or?
You don't have to. The situation is it's a citywide application, right? So on citywide applications, neighborhood meetings aren't a requirement of the process. And because this is citywide, we did some preliminary meetings, if you recall, last year on the combined city council and planning commission meeting that we held with you and the council. This idea was first introduced. And then we went from there, adopting the code by examples from Park City and Milton that have been using it. And that's been adopted. So now the rezone is in place. No, we haven't had this specific rezone request at neighborhood meetings.
Not yet anywhere.
Not yet.
Okay.
We will do that. That might happen in between now and the council. That might happen after the council. But we're going to continue to do them just because we want to make people aware of this option.
So you don't foresee that neighborhood feedback would negate the sending and receiving moving forward on that? You're just seeing it as like an education opportunity to explain what it is?
Right. I don't believe so. So the sending sites, I've talked to several property owners of these sending sites and kind of explained the process to them, explain what options they have. They can still not sell their development rights to somebody. They can retain those. And if it's not cost prohibitive, they can do all the geotechnical survey work that it takes to possibly build a house on it. That's within their rights. The receiving sites, however, would be coming back each time to the planning commission and city council because it's going to be a rezone by the developer each time. And those will be judged and decided upon case by case based on the merit that they have.
So have all 66 of these property owners been notified?
They've been notified.
And
yes.
have you received any initial feedback from them as far as how they feel about it? I mean, you said some of them had questions, but when questions were answered, what was the general feeling?
After the questions were answered, I've had both that are very excited about selling it and saying, how quickly can I do this? One of them even wants to speed it up between tonight and the council. So we might work on that. Well, we will work on that. Others have called me and said, now you're not taking anything from me, right? You're taking my rights away. I said, no, this just gives you another option. And he was satisfied with that response. He plans on saving up his money and trying to do what it takes to actually build on the site. So that's still a choice of any one of these 66 sites.
Can you explain, this is my last question, why they have more than one unit that they can build per site that the rights will transfer? Is it because they could have potentially 3 units built on the size of the lot that they have?
To make it marketable, essentially. And this was adopted similarly to Mapleton Park City where there's different degrees. There are moderate risk, high risk, extreme risk. We haven't identified any moderate risk, the lowest tier. Those would be a 1-to-1 ratio, or actually 1.5-to-1 ratio. These high risk and extreme risks, we really want to get those off the buildable, developable area for these because of the risks that have been identified by engineering. So to make that marketable for the sellers, we're doing a 2-to-1. You can sell essentially two homes to a buyer or 3 homes to a buyer to make it worth actually going through the process.
In what scenario would there be 3?
So all the dark red are the 3-to-1 ratios.
And the high risk is the 2 to 2.5?
The high risk in the orange is a 2.
Okay. So are each of these, like what happens if you have a 1 acre lot in an R18 zone? Do they get still only 1? Even though their lot is bigger than one that's maybe been subdivided already?
Right, so these are platted lots. These are platted.
Every one of them's in a plat already.
Yeah,
Okay.
every one of these is a platted lot where they have a development right of 1 single family detached home. But because
You're
of the
basically
risks, we're
incentivizing,
it, right?
please don't build on these really, really dangerous ones by giving them a higher incentive.
Exactly right.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. So the lots in question for tonight are just the ones on the screen?
Yes.
Because in the staff report, there were other areas that were highlighted.
Was there?
Yeah, for example, like there's kind of the lot in Southern Provo, I guess I think maybe you were showing all the areas that
Oh, the
potentially-
hazard maps.
The hazard maps, yeah.
Yeah, so these we're identifying the different hazards. So the big swaths of bright colors are the hazards. The little blue boxes
are the
within
lots.
those are the lots that have been identified. And like I said, there's more than 66, but these are the 66 priority lots for the city.
Got it. What's the plan for the remainder?
The plan for the remainder is we can come back later, depending on how these are.
Successful this first
Yeah. And
batches?
also private property owners can also apply for this zone. So if they are in one of these areas, they can come in front of you and apply for the TDR-S overlay.
Got it. Makes sense. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I lied about having no more questions. My last one is on the staff report, you said that if there was neglect of the property, that the neighbors would need to notify the city so they could make sure it was kept up. So who's responsible for the vacant lot upkeep once they're essentially selling their property and then they can build elsewhere. So how do we keep them from not paying attention to the vacant land that they own?
Yes, so you're identifying the staff report where it's talking about what possible adverse impacts are on adjacent landowners.
Yeah, on page 3.
And I said, well, they might have to call the city and let us know that weeds are growing too tall. And that can happen one of two ways. If you don't have a proactive property owner maintaining that, it could be a complaint from the neighbor, or they could take care of it themselves. Public Works has also identified if the property owner no longer has a desire for maintaining and keeping the property, that they can enter into discussions with the Provo City Public Works Department on kind of
Deeding
taking
it
that
over?
responsibility.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Ardmore? Go ahead.
I just have a question. All 66 lots have no structures on them. Is that correct?
There are 3 with structures. One I know for sure is not habitable. It's a vacant home that's had some issues. The other 2 I believe are habitated right now. But the risk was so high that we included those on here. So if something ever does happen, or if they want to move out, demolish a home, whatever it may be, they have that same right because they have the same risks as their neighbor.
I guess my concern is you're basically signaling to the market that, which I mean, maybe it's what you want to do, that house is worthless basically, or it's worth the transfer value of these rights basically.
Well, I don't know how to respond to that.
I mean, it is what it is, but for those 2 homeowners, it's kind of probably a big bummer once this gets passed, would be my guess.
Right. Yeah. And I haven't heard from those 2 owners. So like I expect it to. So maybe they're here tonight and they'll respond, but I don't know.
But it's still the city's position that that's probably a good thing. You probably want the market to be aware of the risks of.
Yeah. I mean, like the third house where it started to fall apart, we wouldn't want that to happen when people are living in it. So I
Exactly.
think it's in everybody's best interest, but obviously they still have their rights.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, anybody else have any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Ardmore. Item number 2, as this is a request, the applicant is development services, there's not a portion for the applicant to make a presentation. So with that, we'll now open the hearing to public comments. Again, when your time is up, you'll hear a ding and the microphone will be muted. Each person may make 1 comment. If we have questions, we'll invite you to come back to the microphone at that time. This time is for comments only. If you have questions about an item, please speak with staff privately. Are there any neighborhood district chairs present? If so, you'll have 3 minutes to comment. I'm not seeing any neighborhood district chairs. Public comments are now open to the general public. You will now have 2 minutes each to comment. Are there any public comments? I'm not seeing any, so we will close public comments. Again, we'll take a moment to discuss. Any commissioners want to have some opening remarks, Mr. Whitlock?
Yeah. I think this is a good idea. Just based on personal experience, I almost bought a home in this Mile High Drive area, and the sellers didn't disclose the geotechnical issues, and we actually got under contract, and then someone, I think it was a very kindly bishop, tipped me off, and we were able to get the geotechnical report, and from because someone commissioned it, and basically there was some very significant issues with shifting and settling, and so much that actually like they put these pipes into the ground and they had been sheared off. They had moved so much. And so I contracted I got an estimate from a firm, and it was gonna be like $250,000 to stabilize the house. And so I was very grateful that I dodged that bullet. And so I just think that, the city kind of being upfront about these issues and is going to be really helpful and save people a lot of pain.
Thank you. Mr. Jensen.
I would think this is great. We've heard it and talked about it a lot. I love the transfer process. I love the creative thinking that went behind it. I don't think we should include properties for rezoning in the sending zone if they have occupants in them, unless they have specifically requested it. I'm a little bit worried about that. I don't think it's good process to zone something out from underneath somebody if they haven't even been part of the discussion. I could be wrong about that, but that's my gut feeling.
But they don't lose any fundamental rights. They can still occupy the home. They can sell the home.
How do you feel that it would be best to engage them in this discussion? Because the 66 property owners were notified. This public meeting has been noticed. How do we get them to engage?
I guess my thought is that the initial intent for this transfer of development rights process was to prevent these empty properties from turning over and over again with kind of what Mr. Whitlock described, with this misunderstanding of what they could do with that lot. And with one that already has something on it, I don't feel like it's really meeting the intent that the engineering department was worried about. Is we don't want people wasting any more money or building something they shouldn't be building. And so they're trying to give them an outlet. I feel like the damage in that sense has already been done. And if somebody's okay living with that risk, I don't know. I guess it gives them an option to get out of it so there isn't damage in the future.
Yeah.
Miss Kendall has a comment.
Right, I think that,
Go ahead.
because then they're stuck there, right? If you do it for everybody except them, then they're stuck. Just like who's going to buy that house, right? Once you found out. So this gives them the opportunity when they're ready to sell it. They don't have to. When they're ready, they have the option, and they've been given more value because of that.
What if they're a renter in the house and the owner got the message and doesn't want to tell them and they don't know about the meeting because of that? That's what I'm worried. That's what I'm just worried that we're going to rezone out from underneath them where they don't actually have an economic interest in it and they're unaware. If we haven't actually talked to them about this, I'm okay with the vacant land because we're doing them a favor in that sense. But if they're actually living in it, I would like to have a conversation before we rezone their land. Even though in our eyes, we're giving them opportunities and we don't know the ownership versus occupancy situation for those lots.
Mr. Armour, could you mind speaking just a little bit to kind of why the 3 occupied homes were included, just in a little bit more detail to address that concern?
Yeah, and I believe Ms. Kendall spoke to it a little bit of providing that opportunity, right? If they weren't aware of these issues, or if they become aware of these issues, they see their neighbors taking this action, they should be afforded the same opportunity. They should be able to get out of their home and still have value in it by selling the development rights from the property. With them, there'd be additional costs of demoing the home, of course, but I think having more opportunities, they can always stay in the home. They can always still rent the home. They can live in the home, as long as it stays there. So I think giving them more opportunities is good. I don't think it negatively affects them personally, but.
So you feel like it doesn't do any harm to them?
Yeah, that's
your
my opinion.
perspective. Yeah.
Can you, I want to give the public the benefit of this, so I'm just bringing it up here, but we studied this issue, and I think one of the things that came up in the background and history of this was that a lot of these properties were platted 50 or 60s, 70s, 80s before there were geotechnical studies in those areas. Is that
That's a good history to remind people. Yeah, most of these were a lot of them were the 70s and 80s where these subdivisions got approved, and now we're trying to correct those mistakes.
I don't know. There's part of me that feels like this does give them an outlet or a lifeboat to not like, oh yeah, I'm kind of stuck in this hazardous area, but now I have a chance to,
Okay.
when I'm ready to dispose of it, I don't have to stay here.
Well, I definitely,
but
I definitely
totally hear what
agree
you're
that
saying,
this
though.
is a good direction to move, and I'm okay with it if people don't feel like that's iffy. So
Yeah, I feel like what's the alternative for the person if say we don't do this on their land and they want to sell and they want to still get value, it would be crossing their fingers somebody from out of state maybe buys or doesn't do the study or doesn't talk to somebody in the know. I think that's what the city's trying to avoid no matter what, whether there's a house or not. And I think in that sense, it does meet the intent because that's what was happening. I understand that people were buying lots sight unseen essentially without knowing the hazards or
right.
anything the city has found out about them. So I think that's important to remember, like, what are the alternatives for the homeowner? It's very likely that if somebody wants to get their value out, that it would be not in a way that is what we want.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually had a friend moving in from out of state who just randomly heard about my story with another house and was looking at buying one of these lots on Mile High Drive, and he was so excited, like, "That's a great price." Foothill. I'm like, you might want to look into that first. So yeah, I think that's the thing the city's trying to avoid is an unsuspecting buyer just getting themselves into trouble.
So if it got approved, the day after it's approved is a great time to buy. Before the prices have gone up to compensate accordingly. Just little market tip there.
Hot tip.
No conflicts.
Yeah. Does anyone want to put forward a motion? Or have we deliberated enough on this? Do you feel there's any consensus? I'm willing to hear any motions.
I'll make a motion.
Commissioner Kendall,
Motion that we recommend approval of the proposed zone map amendment to the city council for the TDR-S overlay zone on 66 properties with known hazards in East Provo, Oak Hills, Indian Hills, and Sherwood Hills neighborhoods.
is there any discussion on the motion? Is there a second on the motion?
I'll second.
Let's go ahead and vote on it. We'll start with Commissioner DeSoto.
I
Aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0. Before we go on to item 3, I'm sorry, I need a quick break.
Mr. Chairman.
5-minute break. Go ahead. Is that all right?
Yeah, that'd be great, but I'd just like to suggest that when you come back from break, if we could jump to item 5, because I think it's going to be pretty quick compared to 3 and 4, which I think will take some time. So I'd just like to suggest taking 5 out of order when you come back from your break.
Yeah, we can do that.
Maybe we could do 5 before the break.
No,
Oh, okay.
We'll take a break right now, 5 minutes, so we'll reconvene. They usually have a clock counter. Thank you. 5 minutes has passed, but I'm expecting one commissioner. We'll wait for her to come back if you don't mind. I think we'll go ahead and reconvene the meeting. The commission members are back. We said we're gonna take item number 5 for efficiency. We'll go with item number 5. We'll take it out of order. David Pitcher requests a zone map amendment from the A15 agricultural zone to the R16 TDR one family residential with a transferable development rights receiving overlay zone in order to create 48 new residential lots located approximately at 1098 North Geneva Road, Lakeview North neighborhood. Staff member Nancy Robinson will be presenting.
Hello. So I actually presented this in a slightly different format just a couple of months ago. So the property is, maybe we can get it to work. Oops, there we go. Oh, now I broke it. Okay, so the current zone right now is the agricultural A15, and the request for the rezone on March 13th, which was supported by you guys, was for the R16, recommending approval for the zone map amendment to be sent to the city council. Since that time, the applicant and the staff have worked to get additional density to proposed properties so that future development could take place on the remaining undeveloped lots. Since the last meeting, let me just show where we've got. So this is what is currently proposed. Since the last meeting, the staff and the applicant did not want to restrict the area to only 38 lots and keep one of those property owners from being able to develop in the future, to possibly develop about 10 lots in the future. This is what a future development could look like. Staff has suggested they pursue the transfer of development rights from the east side. The developers have 2 lots under contract in the sending zone. And then this would allow the Bukers, one of the property owners, to have the ability to develop their property in the future if they desire. And this is also motivation for to create those future road connections that you see on that future land map. They would be dedicating the area through their property that won't be a street yet, but they will be dedicating the area for that. Engineering has determined that these additional lots will not exceed the 4 unit per acre as a gross calculation. Additionally, engineering has also said that they will not have a problem with the sewer capacity with the additional lots. So staff recommends approval, that the council recommend approval. Commission recommend approval to the council that this zone change with the TDR-R, so the receiving overlay, the process of transferring the development rights from the uninhabitable land to the east and slightly increasing the density on the west side is a win for Provo and citizens. And this will also encourage more developers to look into this as an option. And like I said, it also gives a motivation for our future road connectivity. So I don't know if there's any questions that you have for me.
Go ahead. If anyone has any questions, go ahead, Commissioner Needson.
Is the housing to the north townhomes, or is it
They are
single family residence?
I think they're twin homes. Let's see. They're twin homes with a performance development overlay to the north.
And on the east side, is that the tracks line?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Jensen.
I'm concerned that the neighborhood meeting didn't propose this, so we don't know how they feel about 10 more units. So that's concern number 1. And then concern number 2 is that it looks like they squeezed 1 extra lot in on lots 4 through 12 on the map. Last time it just went to 11. So the lots just got smaller there. And then we've got potentially 9 more in that greenish brown area. Is that where the additional 10 lots are going?
I'm not exact. Let's see. Let's go back. Whoops.
Hope it's over.
Okay.
So this is the first one we saw.
Right.
And then the one that just flashed past quickly is the new one, right?
Yes. So there is,
There we go.
you're
So
right.
that's
So
now
there
4 to
is
12.
39. Mhm.
And-
So I know that there had to be some adjustment to make sure that the code was met on the width and the depth of the lots. And some of these might even change from what you see here because they are also trying to get the road near lots 1, 2, and 3, possibly move that road north so that it would connect to a possible future development on the other side of Geneva Road. So that would be a 4-way stop. So this isn't the final plat map. And
Right.
when you also said
It's just
about
the idea of we're squeezing more into the same space already without even talking about the transfer of development rights property.
So we haven't, or when we did talk about it at the neighborhood meeting, it was proposed that they are R16. All of these would still be R16.
Okay, so they still meet what we approved.
Right.
And
what
the other
was
part of that is
discussed.
in that green area, there's supposedly 9 more lots. But what I understood from the report was that the transfer of development rights is 2 properties. So that would be,
They're under contract, I think, with the properties that have 3.
okay, so they've got only 2 of them, right? So that would
Yes.
be 6 more lots, not 9.
So this was something that was also discussed between engineering and development services staff. And we just felt like because especially engineering with the road connections, really wanting to make sure that that happened, they were willing to give them a little bit more density with the purchase of those lots, if I understand that correctly.
How do we justify that? Aside from just, you're my friend here, you can have 3 more, you're doing great things for the city.
you don't need to justify it at all. It's still R16 zoning.
It still meets the density requirements.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff member Robinson? Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, is the applicant here, Mr. Pitcher? Please state your name or if you're a
David-
representative.
David Pitcher.
Okay.
And I just want to point out back on that yellow map that you were looking where you counted 9, that center section of the property, I don't believe is included in the rezone anyway, so it's not actually 9. This map just showed a potential of what the future area could be. You see what I'm talking about there? The middle property.
I was just doing the math of 39 plus how many more makes 48, which is what the staff report says is the request. So that's where I was coming
No,
up with the
I
9.
understand. And so it's not actually 9. And also lot 4 was meant to be a retention pond. We've gone through several concepts on this. And since this map has gone out, we've actually met with the staff just last week and they've asked us to move the road that goes through the entrance road there south of 1, 2, and 3 so that it will line up better with a future plan that's coming across the street. And so we actually do end up losing essentially what's on here, lot 4. So we are back to the 38 lots. And then also again, our rezone is only requesting, it doesn't include the house there that's in the middle. And so that math does go back down, but like he said that the zoning still fits. And before, if you recall, we were at 3.1 and you were concerned about going over the 3 to the 0.1. And then, so that triggered the, hey, well, what will happen? How much potential is there on what we're calling the future? Are you following, if you recall? And so they wanted to take everything in together as a whole to make sure that someday that this property is developable and those roads will actually go through. So I don't want to rehash anything that we kind of did last time. Nothing has really changed other than the city and the property owners just wanted to make sure that their property was actually developable and it wasn't restricted. It just didn't make sense. And so this sending zone happened to be quite fortuitous for us that it just came about at the exact right time.
Any questions for the applicant? You have 15 minutes, but if there's anything else you'd like to add or.
I was willing to ask questions. We kind of went more than 15 minutes last time. I think we discussed it quite at length. And so I don't think there was anything, unless there was additional questions that came up. Nothing's really changed.
Well, my question that I asked to Ms. Robinson is the same thing. You haven't talked to the neighbors about this additional 10 lots. So based on their previous feedback, what would we expect? I guess we can wait and see if there's any neighborhood comments and then we can readdress that if nobody speaks.
I might be able to answer that because if that property ever is developed, I would assume that has to go to the neighborhood meeting anyways. And so that property that we're calling future isn't part of our development. It's not a phase. It's not something we're proposing. And so whoever buys that property from the Bukers in however many years, they would have to go through that neighborhood meeting, I assume, and to get their project through the whole process. And so to get those 8 or 9 or however many lots they get, they would go through that process when they add those lots.
So right now your concept plan is just for the 38 that you have on this map.
It is,
That's what
and
we're
it's
talking about
actually
is just
more
that.
restrictive
Okay.
than that because the property owners, we've actually pushed it into more land than the property owners want to sell
Okay.
to us. And so if we added even another couple of feet, it's not going to happen. It's
Okay.
not, our concept won't encroach. It won't add any more lots.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you for your
Thank you.
presentation. We'll now open the hearing to public comments. When your time is up, you will hear a ding and the microphone will be muted. Each person may make one comment. If we have questions, we invite you to come back to the microphone at that time. This time is for comments only. If you have questions about an item, please speak with staff privately. If there are any neighborhood district chairs present, they will have 3 minutes to comment. Seeing none, we'll move on to opening this to the general public. You'll now have 2 minutes each to comment. Anyone from the general public? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment portion. And now the time for the commissioners to discuss. No one's, this isn't a threat, but does anyone want to put a motion forward? Is there?
Well, I just
is
wanted to
there- do we need
recap.
have a little bit more discussion on this?
I feel like my concerns are still the same as when we heard this last time. That people turning out on Geneva Road without a light, which isn't warranted yet, would be a little scary. The possibility of ADUs makes the possibility for density higher. But the Southwest Area Plan prefers single family housing and this meets that. And she's not asking for more than we already approved. So I still feel like I am in support of this like I was last time. Nothing's really changed except for the future possibilities, which we're not actually approving right now.
I agree, and I like the fact that we're able to incorporate the receiving sites too. I think that's really great. Great use of that. So
I feel more comfortable with this, knowing how that a proposal for the future, because that lot 644 was a giant horseshoe lot, and I just thought, wow, that's it's nice to have a proposal that shows that contemplates further subdivision with lots that are consistent in the same size and density and use as the neighboring lots of the development.
So am I correct in understanding that he doesn't need to purchase the 2 lots that will give him the extra density in order to do the 38 lot subdivision, or does that have to take place before the 38 lot subdivision can take place? Like, is that going to happen beforehand just so it's secured for the future, or is it going to be
Yes.
wait for the future?
No, it has to happen now.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move that the Planning Commission forward a positive recommendation to the Provo City Council for item number 5. David Pitcher requests a zone map amendment from the A15 zone to the R16 TDR 1 family residential with a transferable development right receiving overlay zone.
Any discussion on the motion? Is there a second on the motion?
I'll second it.
Let's go ahead and vote. Commissioner DeSoto.
Aye.
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 I vote aye. Motion passes 7-0. We'll now move on to items number 3 and 4. Reading, I'm going to read them in at the same time. Also want to thank those of you in the public that are here to allow us the latitude to take item number 5 out of order. Appreciate your patience. Item number 3, Development Services requests a zone map amendment from the PFCH Public Facilities Critical Hillside Overlay Zone and the A1.1 Agricultural Zone to the R.18. I'm sorry, R1.8 PD 1 Family Residential Performance Development Overlay Zone in order to create a 110 lot single family development located approximately at 1630 South Nevada Avenue, Provo South neighborhood. Staff. Yeah, and then item number 4. Development Services requests approval of a concept plan for a 110 lot residential subdivision in a proposed R 1.8 PD one family residential performance development overlay zone located approximately at 1630 South Nevada Avenue, Provo South neighborhood. Mr. Director Pepperoni will be presenting on this.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a joint application between Anderson Development and Development Services for a couple of reasons. One is that property is still owned by Provo City, but Anderson Development has it under a real estate purchase contract for purchase. Several years ago, the city listed this property on the surplus property list. And when that happened, we had several developers come in and ask about doing multifamily on this property. And because of the neighborhood plan, which calls for this to be single family and open space, the staff consistently said, no, we're not going to entertain that. Anderson Development came along and was willing to pursue single family residential. And so a purchase contract was pursued with them. But it's also a joint application because Development Services has been very involved in the development of these plans to bring forth something that we thought the city could feel good about. When Anderson Development put the property under contract, they were given 4 instructions from the staff, to be honest, by me. One was that, as I've already said, it has to be single family detached housing, as I said before, because that's what the neighborhood plan called for, single family housing and open space. Secondly, they were told do not exceed 4 dwelling units per acre. Why were they told 4 dwelling units per acre? The property to the south is zoned R16. The property across the street here is zoned R110. The property to the north is R2 PD and LDR, low density residential. So R18 seemed to be to staff a good middle ground between those different zones. It's lower density than what's north and south. It's a little bit higher density than what's to the west across the street. The third instruction they were given was to be mindful of the debris flow that needs to be planned to be able to come through the property should that hazard ever become real. To plan for the debris flow and have a way for that to happen. And the fourth directive was to keep the housing as affordable as possible. I've sat through meeting after meeting after meeting with the city council and I've listened to their directions on housing in Provo. And I specifically told Anderson Development, $800,000 million homes or something up in that range is not, I don't think, what the city council is looking for. Now, we knew from the outset this wasn't going to be HUD-defined affordable housing, but my direction to them was try to keep it as affordable as possible. So this property here is the city's property. And this property here belonged to a family called Schofield. And I think Anderson has closed on that and has purchased that. If not, it's under contract. That was another direction that I gave to Anderson initially was if it was possible, try to assemble these parcels so we could come up with one plan to do all of those things, to be just a more comprehensive and a better plan if we tied the pieces together. What I was also really afraid of is somebody in the future putting the Schofield property under contract and saying, well, I just want to continue these townhomes across this bench. I saw that as a real possibility. So getting this incorporated into this plan and hopefully kind of taking that out of play was something we tried to do. I've read in the neighborhood comments that this even referred to as high density housing. So I'm going to talk a little bit about densities and housing, that things that you're familiar with because you deal with this every day, but perhaps the public isn't as familiar with. So R110 zoning, 10,000 square foot lots is generally 3 units to the acre. R18, 8,000 square foot lot is 4 units to the acre. in Provo City, townhomes like that, that's low density residential, and that's 12 units to the acre. That's what we consider low density residential is 12 units to the acre. Medium density residential is 30 units to the acre. High density is 50 units to the acre. We have downtown zones and other zones, ITOD zones, that have no density cap, and those are 90 units to the acre, 80, 90, sometimes even 90 units to the acre. The project is just under 4 units to the acre as a whole. It's been clustered to fulfill directions of the critical Hillside Overlay Zone, which say cluster property in the flatter areas, orient your streets where it minimizes cuts and fills, don't have any retaining walls taller than 8 feet. All of those provisions of the Hillside Overlay Zone we've adhered to. But there's one provision of the Hillside Overlay Zone that we can't meet. And this is the first subdivision, first development to go through under that critical Hillside Overlay Zone. So it's kind of a test case. But one of the provisions of that zone is that when you create new lots, you can only have lot disturbance of each new lot of 40%. Well, that works pretty well if your lots are 10,000 square feet or bigger. But when you get below 10,000 square feet, it makes it very difficult to have only 40% lot disturbance. Okay. The reason, I'm going to show you development plans in a minute, but the reason that there are as many lots as there are, the reason the lots are the size and the shape and the frontage they are, is to try to achieve that more affordable housing price range. Could we put 10,000 square foot lots on this property? Yes, certainly that can be done. But you're looking at $1 million homes if we do that. When we started this, so I'll just do a little more background. I'm sorry. So this is surrounding zoning. Right now that's PF and A1. You can see the R16 zone. You can see the R110, LDR, R2PD. This is the Southeast Neighborhood Plan. So calling for R1 development and open space. When we first started conceptualizing this plan, I asked Anderson Development to look at fronting houses along these streets. And the reason we prefer to front houses along the streets is to avoid back-facing barrier walls, because that's not very attractive, right? And so quite a bit of time was spent trying to make that work. Now, if there's front-facing houses, that means the garage is in back. It doesn't mean driveways are going to be in front. It means garages and driveways are in back. But as we looked at trying to do that, in order to flatten the property enough to make these work as being oriented towards the street, when we flatten this property, it increases grading we have to make up across the property. Okay, if we flatten those, we wouldn't have 8-foot walls or retaining walls are needed. They would be 10 or 12 feet tall or taller. Then also, not in addition to that, we are all very familiar with all the parking problems that are being experienced on Slate Canyon Drive. If we fronted houses onto Slate Canyon and onto Nevada, even if we had driveways in back, there's still this temptation to just park outside your front door. So in order to get away from that on-street parking and to make the grading of the project work, we decided to just abandon that idea. This property right in here is about 10% slope. This right in there is about 15, 16. But everything in this subject area is below 30% slope, the 30% slope. You'll see the slope map I'll show you in a minute. It is up there. Just making sure I'm following my notes. So here's just a larger plan. Dave Morton with Anderson Development will get up after me and he'll talk about some of the other characteristics of the development and why we did some of the things we've done. These are the housing products that have been turned in. These will be attached. If this is approved, there'll be a development agreement. These will be attached to the development agreement so that we know that what we're being shown is actually getting built. We've checked these house plans and dimensions to make sure that they're really going to fit on the lots. And they do, and they will. You can see the home sizes are in the 1824 to 33,080 square foot range. So very livable homes.
Can you repeat that again? The square footage?
Over on
Sorry.
the second last bullet point. Over on the.
Okay, there we go. Thank you.
Did I go the wrong direction? Whoops. Let's go back.
Sorry, did I mess up your
Can you go
order?
backwards, Sandy? I'm trying to go backwards.
I'm sorry, Director Pepperoni.
Go back one more. Okay, so I think this is an important illustration because this one shows you actually all the lot square footages and the actual building envelope. So a building envelope is the building area minus setbacks. So we simply take out the front, rear, and side setbacks, and that's the building envelope. Okay. This is a really good illustration of the grading problem I was talking about. So these are the houses that will be along the street. Okay. By building into the hillside a little bit, the house itself can act as a retaining wall. There's this, by building into the hillside. Okay. Now this is the front of the home. That's the rear. That's the front of the home. That's the rear. Okay. But you can see the grade that we're working with, and you can see retaining walls where those are needed. Okay. So there's been a lot of effort to design this in a way that works with the contours of the property, that minimizes cuts and fills, that minimizes grading, because those are all objectives of the critical hillside overlay zone. The critical hillside overlay zone does not say property can't be developed. It says it can be developed, but you have additional development standards that you have to follow. I mentioned at the neighborhood meeting that a couple of weeks ago, the governor was quoted in the Tribune as saying, if the cities don't step up and start addressing the housing crisis we have in the state's going to step in and do it for us. Well, that wasn't a completely accurate statement by the governor, because the state's actually already doing that. 2 sessions ago, the state told us, all the cities, you have to allow accessory dwelling units. So we're all now doing that. The last session, it was very hotly debated whether the state should tell all the cities, you have to allow up to 6 units to the acre in all your R1 zones. Okay, the League of Cities and Towns was able to stop that legislation in the last session, but I'm not sure we'll be successful in future sessions. That's how much the state is intent on getting involved if the cities don't do more to solve the housing situation. I think that's all the presentation I had. Mr. Morton has other things to present, but if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioner Jensen has some questions.
I'm surprised.
I know it's a big surprise. I have questions. On the zoning map, you didn't show where the critical hillside overlay zone falls.
The crosshatch is the critical hillside overlay zone. So you can barely see.
So the whole thing.
You can barely see yes.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
Yes.
I got the impression that the part the city owned wasn't critical hillside and the other part was.
No,
But the whole thing is.
Yep.
So I'm going to ask you, Mr. Pepperoni, my questions about the general plan and about zoning. And then I'll save the other ones for engineering. What do the general plan colors on the general plan map represent? Because it wasn't labeled. If you could show us that one again. This is the Southeast area plan. Does it match with the general
So
plan
that's
designations?
residential. The general plan says residential, and residential can mean a whole bunch of things, but
Is
the
it the
neighborhood
whole-
plan says R1.
Does it align with this though? With the green being agriculture on the general plan and the yellow being residential on the general plan? Or is this whole lot residential on the general plan? Because this shows agricultural and residential in this area that I'm looking at.
I don't understand. It is not, I won't see your question. There's the
So what I'm looking at is a portion of it that's agricultural and a portion of it that's residential. This is the southeast area plan. Does the general plan have the same split in its designation, or is the whole thing residential?
I'm not sure. Aaron, do you know?
Sorry, so the mapping colors on this is actually the general plan map.
Okay, so
It's indicating the red outlines, and the labeling indicates that there's an additional appendix of this area in the general plan, the southeast plan in this case.
okay.
But to answer your question, yes.
So it
the
is
yellow
split very
residential.
similarly to how it's zoned.
It's split the exact same way.
Okay.
in the Southeast.
Stay close by.
Bill, at one point, this area was presented as an expansion of Bicentennial Park. I remember that when Bicentennial Park was on the west side and the east side of Slate Canyon Drive. Maybe that was a misunderstanding when it was presented, but can you explain how that has changed to be what it is now?
That I can't. I've been with the city for 14 years and I have no recollection of that ever being shown as part of Bicentennial Park. That must have been before I came to work with the city.
So maybe the understanding at the time was Bicentennial Park was on the west side and the city owned the land on the east side for drainage reasons, and we all misunderstood that.
Yeah, and I think possibly because this ended up being zoned to PF, that people just kind of made that.
There was that misunderstanding.
connection.
Okay. There's a road. Actually, that's an engineering question. I'll save that one. Go ahead. You can interrupt.
If you don't mind me
do.
interrupting. The PF was because this is wasn't it previously owned by Utah County?
It was, yes.
And
it was,
contemplated as part of future jail?
No, the jail property is.
I'm sorry.
The jail property is to the south, or what was a jail properties down here.
But the PF designation was
That
because
was a county shooting range there years ago.
Okay.
And when it came in from the county to the city took ownership of it. It was given PF.
Okay. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I wanted
That's
to
a good
bring that
question.
up for
That's a good question.
historical purposes.
Yeah.
The setbacks that appear to be shown on the map, the sample plat map, are they showing the possible buildable area, or is that that's just saying this is the footprint that could fit in that space, those little,
Those squares are the building envelopes.
okay. So with the setbacks included, right? With taking into account setbacks.
The setbacks are outside of those squares.
Okay, perfect. My question then is, does this PD, the R18 PD, have smaller setbacks? Because these seem like they're really close together.
Yes, it does have smaller setbacks.
Can you tell us how they compare to a regular one versus the PD?
These setbacks are 5 feet, side setbacks are 5 feet. In an R18 zone, they're, I believe, 10 feet.
Okay, thank you. Is the designation so that you can allow for, does it just to give you the flexibility for this clustered layout?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Um,
That's the purpose for the PD overlay, yes.
I'm nervous about, this is a very technical term, the oopsie precedent of removing this from the critical hillside overlay zone. So I'm wondering if we can't just rezone it and leave the overlay there and then just reduce the number of houses by a few so it can still comply. Can you explain why you feel it's absolutely essential that the critical hillside overlay be removed?
Well, I'm not sure it has to be removed because I think there is another alternative. Another alternative possibly could be to amend the hillside overlay zone to differentiate between a property like this that has no 30% slope within it, that has no ridge line we're trying to protect within it, that has no collapsible soils we're worried about, or surface fault rupture we're worried about. And on that note, let me back up. Typically, at this point in a development review process, we don't require a geotechnical study because the development's a huge expense. And a developer usually says, well, can I at least find out if I have my zoning before I have to go to that expense? In this case, Anderson Development has commissioned the geotechnical study. It was turned into engineering a couple of months ago. And just so you understand how this works, the developer is required to hire a geotechnical engineer and they do the study. We don't have a geotechnical engineer on staff at Provo City. So the engineering department hires a third-party geotech engineer to review the developer's engineer to make sure it looks right and legitimate and safe and sound. Okay. There's no surface fault rupture found on this property, no liquefaction, no collapsible soils. There is the debris flow. That is the plan for the debris flow. which goes down and will go into Bicentennial Park. Okay, across the street. Sorry.
So that's not like normal rain, we're gonna expect a river across the road. That's like catastrophic event, there's a pathway for that to go.
That's right.
And that's gonna be just like a cleared canal there, and then it crosses over when it hits up with the street there?
Yes.
Okay.
And I've worked for many cities that use city parks for detention basins and extreme storm events, or for situations like this. You can go to Sandy City, you can kayak in some of their parks after we've had an extreme rain event.
Sugar House Park, right?
Yes. Okay, who owns the small parcel to the north that's behind the existing house? So I guess what's on the far left of this? And is that something that should be included in this?
Who owns
So
it?
there's a home directly on the southwest corner of this property. And then there's that section of land behind it that's sort of, that would be still agricultural and PF zoned.
Southwest, you're talking down.
Oh, I meant to say northwest, excuse me.
So where do you mean, Lisa, up here?
Far north, that one right there that you're on, between that and the house on the left of that.
Oh, right in there.
Yeah,
I'm
is that's just gonna be this little sliver that's still gonna remain zoned the way it was?
Yes,
Because it's not the city, someone else owns it. Do you know who owns it?
I don't, Aaron, do you?
Other side.
He's looking.
I can tell you.
It fronts Alpine Way, okay. So that's gonna have a significant slope between the development to the south and up above.
It looks like Provo owns a piece of it, and then Thomas Normal Giles property owns the other bit.
But if it fronts Alpine Way, then that means it's not landlocked, inaccessible. Somebody could. Okay,
That is owned by Provo.
a portion of it is owned by Provo?
It just, yeah, just what Commissioner Whitlock said.
Yeah.
We have the west portion and Thomas Norman Giles Properties LC has the other portion.
Has that one there.
I would think that would be nice to get all of what the city owns locked up in this lovely plan if possible. That would amend this, but that's just an idea. Okay, I am not convinced that these won't be converted into illegal ADUs by finishing the basements, because we've got a lot of square footage shown here of what the possible square footage is for these homes, and none of them include the basement, which would essentially be another 800 to 1,000 square feet or something like that. So who will monitor or regulate this to prevent illegal ADU conversions? Because the staff report made it sound like we were going to do something to not allow them because it's a PD maybe? Is that why they wouldn't be allowed?
So, well, I have discussed with the developer the idea of what we're doing up on Slate Canyon, or considering doing up on Slate Canyon, and that is, or I guess City Council has already done it, the prohibition against parking overnight. Because what that does is it discourages the investors from buying units to over-occupy or illegally occupy when they see that there's very limited parking.
So they would just extend that overnight parking ban to the southern section of the street?
Yeah, we can ask Mr. Morton how his response to that, but that's the concept that he and I have discussed. Yes.
Okay, the question I have with that is that right now, that's the area that is the backup parking plan for the rest of the places that can't have overnight parking. So that essentially means there's no backup parking plan for people that can't park in front of their houses overnight. So I just wanted to
But
make that
you
known.
you also do raise a good point in that perhaps, and again, I would leave this up to the city council, because there's seems to be mixed feelings on city council towards ADUs. But perhaps a thing to consider when this goes before them is a prohibition in the development agreement against ADUs, because of the lot sizes and narrow frontages. There simply isn't room for spillover parking should you get illegal occupancy going on, or even ADUs
legal.
that are totally legal, right?
So it would be
So-
allowed. There's not something, I know we just made some amendments to some zones in the city that wouldn't be included in the areas that are legal for ADUs, and Slate Canyon's R2PD zone was one of them. So this wouldn't be outright disallowed. It's still a possibility with the same petitions from residents and whatever, right?
That's right. I think the city council is going to take away the track or ability for an entire neighborhood to come in and ask to have ADUs, but the ability in the ordinance remains or will remain for individual homeowners to come in and ask for that. So it may be better to just get ahead of that from the beginning and not allow ADUs in here from the beginning. But
Which,
again,
which
I'm
we
gonna
know
get-
from experience won't necessarily prevent them because anyone
People
who
that
wants
need-
to put one in there will put it in there till reported, right? Okay.
But that's a good issue that we should raise with city council.
Yeah, because I'm just like, who's gonna monitor and regulate this if we don't if we don't cut it off at the pass?
Right.
Because I think these houses are not starter homes. I think they're big homes. These are the type of home you could live in, assuming you didn't want a soccer field in your backyard. You could
Right.
live in these forever.
Yeah.
And
I certainly understand.
I don't
the-
want to lose that to,
I certainly understand the market segment that wants an 8,000 or 10,000 or 12,000 square foot lot. I get it. But there's also several market segments that want this. I'm 63. If I were buying a single family home, I live in an apartment right now. If I buy a single family home, I would want the smallest lot I could find.
but you also might want one that you can rent the basement out because you don't need the whole big house. And so that's where it's enticing to any level of demographic. That's why I'm worried about it.
Understand?
Okay. I have questions for Mr. Day.
Can I ask a few questions?
Yes, well,
Or-
whenever we're done with
Yeah,
Mr.
sorry-
Pepperoni,
sorry,
I'm
we
ready
keep-
to fire on Mr. Day.
We're keeping you up here just for a minute. Just a couple things. In the plan, there's power lines currently running through that property. Are those going to be moved or stay the same, just kind of along the back where that drainage canal is?
The power lines along here are Rocky Mountain and they'll just stay where they are.
They'll just stay where they are. Okay.
Yeah.
And then there's like a historical kind of building up into in the plot that'll be removed, correct? It's sort of where that back row of houses is. Is that right?
You're talking about that wall. kind of
The
structure.
historical structure, yeah. Or
ask
maybe
Mr.
I shouldn't
Morgan.
call it that. That's not the right term, but there's a structure there that's old.
I'm not sure if that falls in this area or if it's outside of it. Ask Mr. Morgan when he comes up.
Okay. Another just like couple sort of just kind of just technical questions for our benefit, maybe for the audience. So for example, if we were zoning this whole thing potentially, the reason why someone couldn't, they couldn't do an add-on to the development would be because they would go over the zone density that we'd be rezoning it to, correct?
Yes, but who might add on to this? Are you talking
Like
about
if-
eventual use of the open space? trying to
Yeah,
redevelop
correct.
that?
Yeah, if the developer was like, hey, I want to add another row, yeah.
No, the zoning and the development agreement would lock this up, so a future developer can't come in and try to fit more houses in.
Good, thank you. And then, do you know if there's any plan from the developer to do any sort of vegetation on the green space on the back end of the development? Or should I save that for the, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Day, should I have him come up?
Yeah, does anyone else have any questions for Director Pepperoni? I probably do, and I'll bring you back up
Okay,
later.
that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Day with Public Works.
Yeah.
Okay, I have concerns about access, traffic access, right across from Spring Creek's outlet. So for those who aren't familiar, the bottom left corner of this subdivision is directly across the street from elementary school, and the in egress is on the left side and the out egress is on the right side. And it looks like it lines up directly with where the outlet is for the neighborhood. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so is there anything planned to manage that? Because right now you've got people coming down that hill and there's actually a speed bump that I don't even know if the city built or if a neighbor built it to try and slow down the traffic coming down that
There's
hill.
not a speed bump on the road.
It's gone now?
No, there's no speed bump there.
Okay, I made that up. There's no speed bump. But is there going to be anything in the design of this subdivision coming out across from that exit to Spring Creek that will facilitate traffic moving safely with kids also possibly crossing nearby?
Yeah, so the entrance exit of the subdivision does line up with the exit of the school. And that would be a stop control for the subdivision entering onto Nevada. So, but one thing to recognize, 110 units equates to a peak hour volume of approximately 120 cars in an hour.
with 2 exits. If you divided it 50-50, that's about 1 car every minute coming out of each of those entrances or entering. So we could wait for a minute here if we want. You could see how long that would be, but it's a very manageable volume. It would be similar to the volume that people are experiencing in this neighborhood right now.
Do you think there would be a crosswalk that would be put in there because of the stop signs?
Yeah, so we would have to evaluate that with the school. We have a Safe Routes to School committee, and we would work in conjunction with that group and come up with the safest place possible to put a crosswalk. Yes.
Who initiates that?
It's coordinated through the principals of the school, and they meet with our staff, and they meet with like the neighborhood, and it's like a real group effort to try to find a good route. And
It's done through
we
the
do
school
that.
community council.
Yeah. So
So it happens
we-
with every school.
we do that so that, like right now, we're pretty heavy into doing that so that we can have all the routes implemented by next school year when it starts up again. And so this, if it's successful in being built, that same sort of scenario would hold true for this subdivision. We would work with when it's going to be built and coordinate safety features into the subdivision. So normally at your main intersections, you would have a school crossing guard. Was normally the rule of thumb for a warranted safety feature. So
Are you envisioning a 4-way stop right there where those 2 roads meet, or just a 2-way?
not initially, but if it's warranted, yes. So we have people go out and they watch the intersections and the roads, and they count how many pedestrians, how many vehicles, right turn movements, left turn movements, and you put it into a spreadsheet, and then there's a federal standard that you follow, and it says it meets certain criteria. Then you say, oh, we need to put a stop sign here. So that's the process that we go through to decide whether it's warranted or not.
I'm just worried about the steepness of the road, that it would even be feasible to have a stop sign there. So
Yeah, so we would look at all of those factors. We want it as safe as possible, but in certain situations, it's been found that stop signs make things less safe. So we don't want to overreact or underreact. We just want to do the tried and true right thing.
okay. Next question. Are the streets within the subdivision going to be designed wide enough to allow on-street parking within the development?
I think we have all of them that allow parking on both sides except for one of the roads. And that, I think that was the road that was single loaded. That most of the roads here have houses that front both sides, but I think it's the middle road that only has houses on one side of it, and that was a narrower road than the rest.
Would it be, you couldn't park on either side of that road because it's narrower, or you could
Yeah.
only park on one side
So-
because it's
So
narrower?
the narrower road, you can park on one side
Okay.
of the road. but
Okay,
not
well, that's better
both.
than nothing. Okay.
But the rest of them, it's both sides. Yeah. But you just have to look at the layout. There's a lot of driveways.
There's not
so-
going to be very many
So
possible spots
there may
anyway.
be like one spot here and then another spot here.
Right.
So in between driveways, or where driveways are in the entering the road.
Okay, maybe this is redundant because we kind of talked about it with the traffic coming out on the bottom there. But it's hard to make a turn either right or left from Nevada Avenue. So this is the north-ish west corner, right by the church there. onto Slate Canyon Drive because of high-speed traffic that comes around. So it's going north on Slate Canyon Drive past the church and you don't see it till it comes around the corner. So if they're just zooming up around the corner, it's hard to turn safely either in front of them or across in front of them. Did you see where I'm at? On
Yeah,
that
right-
corner there?
right at the
Okay, where the
intersection.
arrow is on the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any road or traffic improvements planned to mitigate that with more cars feeding out at that point?
So, the same with the other analysis that I went through, we monitor those intersections and analyze them and if they meet warrants for traffic control measures, then we put those in.
Is that something that you monitor when there's a problem or when someone complains about it? Or is it something that every single intersection in the city gets done
So-
periodically?
A mix of all of that. When somebody calls in and says, hey, I've witnessed an issue, we jump on that and look at it. We also are in the effort of constantly looking at situations throughout the city without being asked to look at them. So
Okay. There's words in the staff report that says drainage issues have been adequately addressed in the plans, but it doesn't give the details. Since several community letters are concerned about this, is that something that you can explain? Bill did tell us that that white road looking thing on the east side is part of that basin, but can you explain what that looks and feels like so that people understand how it's
So-
going to work?
if people have lived in the community long enough, they would have remembered that Buckley Draw had a burn scar. And then like, I don't know what the chances are, but that summer or fall after the burn happened, we had a major rainstorm. Maybe it was a year later because we had the Buckley Draw channel created to deflect the debris flow, but it happened real soon after the burn scar. And then we had a debris flow that followed that channel that had been built and it worked really well. And so this white line that kind of looks like a road that goes north and then west is a continuation of that same debris flow channel. We hope that that's never needed. But it's there nonetheless, just because of past history.
So you're not rerouting the channel, it's going the same direction it's naturally going to go.
So that channel will continue on that same alignment and then divert right kind of at the end, you see it turning out to Slate Canyon Drive. The idea behind that is that all of the homes are protected from the debris flow. We're able to get heavy equipment and dump trucks into the road to clean it up as quick as possible. If it continued to flow, it would go onto the park to the west and it wouldn't damage any homes and we'd be able to clean it up and take care of it. So the effort was made to keep any of that debris flow from damaging any of the homes.
Is that channel there just a natural dip or is there going to be any sort of retaining area for it?
If you look kind of off of the highlighted area, I don't know if this works. Yeah. So as you go south, use this one so they can see. If you go down this dark shaded area, that is a man-made channel that was built after that fire occurred to deflect the debris flows and take them north around the homes. So that same channel cross section comes down here, would continue up, around and out, and possibly if it was a big enough flow, would deposit over here in the Bicentennial Park area.
How deep is that channel?
The current one is about, I don't know the exact cross section, probably about 10 feet deep and probably 20 feet wide.
It's like enough for a car to fit in it.
Yeah, you could drive up through it. Well,
Don't suggest that.
like people driving through it, but
Yeah, that
I
does
remember
happen.
when
We
people-
should stop
I
that.
remember what people did.
But
And don't
this
park there.
this on the map that we're seeing drawn, will that be kind of excavated? Will that be dug? out?
it would be a depress.
Yep.
With berms on each side, and it would handle the same flow coming out.
Okay.
So that is hopefully a once every 500-year thing. That doesn't happen
Ah.
very often.
I see.
But
Yep.
that's for debris flow.
Okay.
And then drainage, which would be like rain and snow that comes down all the time, is handled, in the roads and the storm drain system. That takes care of all of that drainage. That's just a normal thing we do all the time. The only thing abnormal is that, thank you, Aaron, that dip out here behind that you can see that line that shows the bottom of the channel there.
Awesome.
So,
I have only one more question for real this time.
okay.
Okay.
I don't believe it.
I disagree that there isn't any risk of fire that has been stated in the staff report. So I want to know how the wildfire potential will be addressed or mitigated. Because you just told us
So-
about a burn scar, so obviously it's happened before.
Yeah, I'm not our wild fire expert, but if you look to the east of this, the green area, that is a great wildland urban interface between fires and homes. So all of that open space areas is a great protection.
Is it going to be allowed to just vegetate wildly, or is there going to be a required vegetation plan to prevent wildfires?
I don't know if we've got that far yet on.
We have an urban wildland fire ordinance. What's it called? Urban wildland. We have an ordinance for that, for this
Yeah.
exact issue.
That they'll have
Litchfield, our
to-
Fire marshal will watch for.
Perfect.
Right. Plus, to me, this is giving better access into the area for fire protection.
Because we know they can drive up the drainage ditch now.
Yeah,
Urban
I-
wildland.
so apparently we're gonna have to modify that design and put like some sort of a barrier in the way of.
Please do.
vehicles. Anyway,
Yeah, because there's actually kind of where this road comes out, there's actually a road that is already a problem with people going up there and driving illegally. So
yeah,
we're gonna have to retrain some habits anyway, as it is.
yeah,
Okay,
especially people who like motorcycles and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Yep. All right, I'm done monopolizing Mr. Day. Anyone else?
Anyone else have questions for Director Day? Do you have some? Okay. No, I think I'm gonna. Is applicant here? Well, the applicant is the city, but let's have a representative from Anderson Development.
Yes, thank you, commissioners. I appreciate it. And I know that we spent a lot of time on this, so thank you so much for your patience. My name is Dave Morton. I'm with Anderson Development, reside in Sandy, Utah. I've provided this project we've been working with extensively with staff, and it's a perfect example of how private development and cities can work together to try to solve problems. And so we're really excited about this. We also are very sensitive to the fact that the neighbors are very concerned about what we're doing. And we have spent an extensive amount of time doing our best to try to address some of those, and we'll continue to do that, be sensitive to that. So we are sensitive to that. I've got 15 minutes, is that correct? I will go through these slides quickly, and I apologize if there is a little bit of repetition between what Director Pepperoni has done and I will do. So first slide, I'm not sure, maybe I can control it. Oh, there we go. Real quick, project objectives, and Director Pepperoni outlined these. But when we first started this, again, the goal was to provide a thoughtful single-family development with no attached product. Number two, we would assemble all of the outlier parcels to provide a cohesive master plan for the hillside. It becomes very difficult if you're trying to spot zone and looking at trying to figure all of this out as a commission or a council. To provide homeowners with moderately priced homes. And number four, to provide amenities that would complement the area and provide real world usability. What I mean by that is clubhouses and even kind of water type of features are not generally used as much as they used to be, and even pools. And so you'll see amenities such as pickleball courts, trailheads, and things like that. Areas where people can dispose of their dog treats and things like that. So I'm going to outline very quickly some of the project overview outlines. As I've indicated, it's all single family development, minimum 2-car garages. Some of the units will actually be 3-car garage as well. They're a little higher up on the hill. We've assembled 4 parcels again, as I've indicated, to provide a cohesive master plan. All of the homes are traditional front load, single family, front yard, backyard. They've been designed to mitigate expensive retaining and potential offsite parking on Nevada and Slate. And again, we understood that was important because of the parking concerns. And so our parking will be handled internally. We shouldn't have any parking off-site at all, the way we've designed it. Also, in addition, the home orientation has been designed to minimize driveway slope. So our downhill homes are designed with walkout basements. Again, it acts as the foundation, acts as a retaining wall, and it also it reduces the amount of slope on the driveway. In addition, our uphill homes will be designed with a slight tuck-in feature, again, to try to mitigate any of that slope in that driveway. Last but not least, home values are estimated to be between $575,000 and $700,000. Now, again, those are business goals. So there probably will be even some 3-car garages that could be even as small as the lots are today that may exceed that 700,000, but that's our goal currently right now today. This is an outline, and I'm not going to spend too much time on this because I'm going to go over a little bit in detail some of the amenities that we've provided, but this goes through specifically the amenities. We will have a trailhead with parking and restrooms, and it will have its own parking that we're hoping. Also, there are some trailheads that are just to the south that do not have any parking, where people are parking actually on the street to access that trailhead, and we're hoping that that will relieve the pressure off those, and this one will be used. What's nice about this is if that parking lot for whatever reason was full, there is no homes on that street right there, so you actually could park on the street without affecting a home buyer specifically there. Just slightly west of that parking lot will be a lookout with a small little kind of a gazebo, which will allow people to have a picnic or spend some time reading a book and enjoying the beautiful views that this project has. There's a trail that meanders through that section. We've got over half a mile of trail through the project itself. We've got a small gazebo near the south entrance. Both entrances will have monument signs. We will also have put a meandering trail along Nevada Ave, and thank you for the cursor, whoever's helping me with that. That's so nice of you. Oh, the top. Oh, this is really nice. I like this. I need this in my office. This area right here, pickleball courts, 2 of them will also have a small little play area for kids, some benches for the parents to sit, and then kind of a little off-site place to park bikes and things like that. So you could actually ride down to the pickleball court to provide some convenience right there for those individuals in this area. Right in here, we've got the community garden boxes, and then we've got some additional open space kind of right through here. I'm going to go very quickly so you can actually visualize and see what this will look like. Number one, again, this trailhead, I think we're really excited about. I think this will be a very nice amenity. Direct access to the Bonneville Shoreline Trail. Pickleball courts, large, as you know, on the west side, 40, 50 pickleball courts are going to be put in. This will have 2 pickleball courts of its own specifically that can be utilized by the residents right here. Small picnic gazebo. We've got examples of some of the community garden boxes, so people could actually spend some time with their children or just themselves. And then a small tot lot area that will be utilized. Similar to the top, there's an overlook area that we'll design, 10-foot asphalt trail, and I'll go into a little bit of the detail on how that will look along Nevada. Benches, there'll be some dog waste stations and also some trash containers along there. And all those areas specifically will be maintained by the HOA. Now, I'm going to go through a couple of the features. This is an example of how this will look. Can we go back to my slide that shows the site plan real quick? So the section that I'm talking about right now is, boy, I went a long ways, didn't I? The section along, this is the wrong button. Right here, this section right here, we're going to kind of look at. I know one of the concerns and the neighbors' concerns, and we had with the city as well, is that we didn't want to have large walls and fences and things like that. And so how can we make it so that it would really complement the area, look nice, and not really be an obstruction or something that looks ugly? And so now if we can, let me go back to my slide. What we've designed is what we call kind of a buffer area. So this has been done successfully in other developments that we've done. And so this would be the meandering trail that goes along Nevada. And then we would have a buffer area that would be somewhere between 20 and 40 feet that we would design, that would have vegetation and trees, which would provide some buffer even visually, specifically to that area. So again, as you are utilizing that trail, that would access and go directly to the Bicentennial Trail, or Bicentennial Park, I'm sorry. So again, thinking through this, trying to make this so that we're being respectful to the area and also providing a nice area for people to enjoy and park. One of the focuses is that the front yards will be maintained by the HOA. Occasionally, what we have seen in projects like this, sometimes with where there's a large development, is that you have some of the homes that are maintained very well, especially early on, and some of them that aren't. And so all of the front yards will be maintained by the HOA to provide some consistency and uniformity to the look, to make it look nice at all times. Water-wise, landscaping, where we have any type of median area, we'll be utilizing more of a water-wise type solution with drip watering, etc. One other thing that I think is unique is that any backyard facing street will have transparent fencing. And again, this is to provide, to keep from having an alley feel when you have a trail. So anywhere where there is a street facing backyard, we'll have it be semi-transparent. And so there's a couple sections, and thank you so much for that, clock. We're going to provide additional lighting, additional that would be required by the city along our trail area, again, to provide a safe area for people to walk even at night. There will be monument signs at both access points, again, to give a nice look and feel to the development itself. And I think that is all I have. I'm within my 15 minutes.
Well done.
Thank you. If I could also add a couple other things.
Please.
We have provided to the city, as Director Pepperoni indicated, both a geotechnical study, a fault study, as well as we have done our own hydrology report that we will provide to the city, just to make certain that we are designing that debris flow along with the city in a way that to provide protection against that storm every 500 years or however period of time, again, to make certain that that is done in the right way. So we have kind of, in our efforts, gone above and beyond that early on to try to make sure that we are doing the right thing. So, Bill, did I miss anything? David? Did I get it? Questions?
I have just a couple questions. I asked one of them before, but that sort of old sort of structures in that, is that?
It's not historic.
Yeah.
And it will be either removed or it will simply be buried.
Okay.
So
And then, is there any kind of vegetation happening in the behind the homes on the backside?
currently, right now, there isn't any plan. We have not met with the city. Our thought would be it would be left native. But there could be something there could be a discussion that there could specific to that. One of the things specific to the fire concern is that debris flow will actually add kind of a extra level of fire break, if you would. I'm not your fire director, but I know that we've done that in other projects where we actually create an area of fire so that protects from fire. So that will actually provide that.
Okay. And then also, you mentioned that the development will have an HOA.
Correct.
One of the things we've heard a lot from the community letters and from the community feedback has been concerns about similar types of things happening in this development as has happened in this Lake Canyon development, where you have perhaps over occupancy, perhaps illegal dwellings and rental units. Do you have any concrete plans for the CCNRs for the HOA to sort of prevent some of those things?
We don't. We have had some discussions with staff, and also after the neighborhood meeting, we had some discussions where we would put in place similar things that we've done in other projects where there would be, it would have to be owner occupied for a minimum of 1 year. And again, what you're focused on is trying to keep in a large investment group buying a project, and you're seeing more and more of that. And by doing those types of things, that really does keep that from happening. But we would be willing to sit down and listen and try to construct some things that would protect against that, because that is not what we want.
I just know from experience, sometimes HOAs are better at enforcing these types of things, even in the city. And so CCNRs could be a good tool there.
Sure. And we would be amenable to that. Absolutely.
This is, I might say this later, this is less a question and feedback. The lighting, I think, is probably not super appreciated. Like, so if it has to be there, would probably appreciate dark sky lighting or down.
Yep. And that was one of the
to
things that I
protect
think
that.
the neighbors had indicated before. Specifically, one neighbor was concerned about his light in his bedroom. So
yeah, thank
we
you.
want to be sensitive to that. Absolutely. Thank you.
Go
Yes,
ahead,
please,
Mr.
Andy.
Sal.
Does Anderson Development intend to build the homes and sell them? Are you selling lots? Are you selling them wholesale, retail?
We will, so generally we will have a vertical partner that would be involved. We do have a division of our group that actually does the vertical component to our projects. So it depends on, every project's a little bit different.
What does vertical component mean? Sorry, I don't know.
Building it vertically. Building the home itself, yes.
The reason I ask is just the housing affordability piece. I mean, obviously there's some strong market issues that you're fighting against, but building large houses is going to increase the cost. And like you'd mentioned, there will be some 3-car garage or 3-car units and things, but those are, I think you're going to quickly be outside of your $700,000.
And some of those
target,
would
so-
be, and that's why I wanted to be perfectly honest. There probably will be some of the larger lots that may be somewhat outside of that. You're exactly right. And that's why I wanted to be perfect. And we believe actually that there probably is a few of those that would make some sense. But again, part of this is that we do want this project to be moderately priced. That's the goal.
Let's be clear, like if you were to make it more affordable, what products would you be putting on there? What densities, what sizes, what products?
Well, how you would make it, you would have to be clustered even tighter. I mean, the only way to make it affordable is to have the lot smaller. That's because land prices have elevated to a point, you know, that it makes it the only solution in many ways is to actually decrease the size of the lot. The other component that I'll mention, there's been a lot of discussion, and I know there's some neighbors that are concerned about setbacks, and I want to make certain that I am totally sensitive to all of the issues, because if I lived in an area and when I do, I'm concerned about those same things. Side setbacks are an interesting challenge, because when those side setbacks tend to be, I have a home on the Sandy Draper border. And so we have larger side setbacks. Well, unfortunately, I built a shed that's a little too tall for my fence because I have too much side setback area, and it kind of looks ugly. And so there's the nice thing with having tight setbacks is it keeps a nice look and feel, because people aren't putting things on the side of their home that they could when those setbacks are a little bit larger. So there are some positive things to keeping those setbacks a little tighter. along with the fact that I can put a little larger home on the lot itself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm curious about the front yard depth of the front lot.
So
Yard setbacks.
it's a-
How deep are these
It's a great question. So I think-
driveways?
So the driveway, I think is it would be a minimum of 20 feet. So I know there was some comments that I had seen that you couldn't park a truck. It would be that, it would be all within the requirements. I think the minimum is 20 feet by Provo City. There may be for example, a porch extension that could possibly come 15 feet from that right of way or something to that effect. But I think but I know the driveways are 20 feet minimum.
Okay.
Yes. Good question.
Anyone else have questions for?
I have some.
Please.
Please.
On the map that you showed, some of the lots were dark yellow and some were light yellow. Is that like a lot size or a phase or
It's essentially kind of a lot size. The smaller lots are generally,
the lower ones?
yes, and the larger lots tend to be a little higher, correct?
Okay. I know that unfinished basements imply storage space in and of themselves, but something that I've heard recently from residents on Slate Canyon Drive, who, by the way, have a very similar lot size and setback and house size as what you're proposing. And it hasn't gone as dreamily as you've just described. So I have a little bit of doubt that it's going to carry out as dreamily as we hope. But some of the people have said there's no storage in those homes, and so they're using their garages to store. And part of me says, well, then don't use your garage and use something else in your house. You know, like just
Sure.
because it doesn't say storage room on the plan doesn't mean you can't store in it. But I just wanted to pass that along to you,
Thank
that
you.
maybe as you present these house designs, if this gets approved, that you label places as bedroom 4 or storage space, or that you
It's a great comment.
make recommendations for the unfinished basement to have a
Thank you.
walled off storage room, so that people can from the outset start thinking of these as storage spaces instead of
Yes.
their garages as storage spaces, kind
Yes.
of as an educational component.
Yes.
So that was a thought that I had that might
Thank you.
prevent garages from getting used as
Yes.
storage units by
Okay.
default. I think you answered my other questions.
One of the comments that, just so I don't forget this, after the neighborhood meeting, there was a lot of neighbors that were concerned, and I tried to address those. I stayed about 45 minutes afterwards. There was also a good portion of people that wanted to get on a waiting list for one of the homes. And so there clearly is a demand for homes of this size and of this type in this area. And so just to give you feedback specific to that, those aren't things that generally somebody's posting on Facebook, but we receive those. So
I'm going to bring this up just
please, Daniel.
by way of because not everybody reads the staff reports. But the staff report indicates the homes have a finished square footage of 1,800 square feet to 300 or 3,000 square feet. And that's with unfinished basements, right? So when you take those into account, if you include the unfinished basement portion, it's actually like 2,600 to 4,400 square feet. That's what you submitted in the report. Okay, so these aren't tiny homes.
These are not tiny homes, no. Again, the minimum is a 2-car garage, so they're nice homes.
Just for comparison, the homes on Slate Canyon Drive, I believe, have a 1,500-ish square foot footprint. And then with their basements, they're within this 25 to 3,000. So they're very similar in size, if that gives everyone a comparison.
Yeah, I think I brought that. It's very consistent with the neighborhood, both to the north and to the south. Does anyone else have any questions for the developer?
me?
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
that fire department ordinance I couldn't remember the name of is the Urban Wildland Interface Ordinance, and it's exactly for that urban wildland interface that you were talking about.
So that'll be something that's addressed when it goes through the final plat stage and it has to be reviewed by all the departments.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. Maybe I'll say this for the comment portion, discussion portion. Let's go ahead and, does anyone want to recall any of the Mr. Day Up or Director Pepperoni or anyone else?
I did have two questions. I'm
Yeah.
so sorry for Director
Please.
Pepperoni. If I could ask them. The first one is just for our information, again, it might be helpful for the public. When you rezone something like this and you approve a concept plan, can you just say about like what that obligates the developers to do relative to that plan to sort of alleviate potential fears of them building something more dense or not in line with this plan?
So typically there's actually a development agreement. Can you hear me okay? There's a development agreement that attaches the concept plan that you've been shown. It attaches the house plans that you've been shown. It has illustrations about the amenities that have been promised. All of those things are in the development agreement because the city doesn't want a bait and switch any more than you want that. So that's the purpose of a development agreement.
Thank you. And then last question is, I can't remember, I listened to the neighborhood meeting and I've just heard a lot about this, so I apologize if I'm misremembering where I heard this, but there's been some talk about some of the city's motivation. You mentioned the motivation around wanting to sort of preempt townhomes along the bench, but also I've heard motivation around potentially using some of the proceeds from the sale of this to complete Bicentennial Park. Could you speak to that or any other motivation from the city?
Yeah, I think the city, when this first went under contract, had that in mind, that yes, this funds that'll be received off of this sale would go towards building the next phase of Bicentennial Park.
Thank you.
I noted, I think one of the community letters said that this was contemplated as part of the 2016 neighborhood plan. Is that assertion accurate?
I believe so, yes.
Anyone else have questions? All right. With that, we will now open the hearing to public comments. When your time is up, you'll hear a ding and the microphone will be muted. Each person may make one comment. If we have questions, we will invite you to come back to the microphone at that time. This time is for comments only, and if you have questions about an item, please speak with staff privately. We'll first hear from neighborhood district chairs present. If a chair isn't present, we'll have a district representative. Again, you'll have 3 minutes to comment. And please state your name and which district you're from.
Before I start, I just have a quick question. You combined two of the events. Is there any way that we can have like a little bit more time since they're kind of two separate issues, and I know a lot of the neighbors have like different concerns about each of the issues, but you combined them together, so we didn't get a chance to address each of them.
I understand. 2 items, double the time. My response to that is no. We don't really have precedent for that. We've doubled time when there's been translation, interpretation issues. But the heart of it, I think, is the same. It's a rezone and a concept plan, and they're companion pieces. They go hand in hand. If we could approve the rezone and deny the concept plan. We've done that before. We've done that very recently. We've approved a concept plan and denied a rezone, and we've also done that very recently. So we're just going to stick with the original time thing of 3 minutes for there's a neighborhood district representative.
That's me.
Okay,
That's why I'm asking
state
that.
your name and
Okay.
what district you're from.
Okay, my name is Ashley Rayback. I'm from District 2. I'm actually the secretary. So I'd just like to clarify that I actually took notes at this meeting. There were 30 people against this, and initially 9 to change their opinion when they couldn't understand what they voted for. So there were actually 7, 30 against, 7 for. I have 2 main concerns. First of all is the traffic coming out of Spring Creek. Luckily for you, I am actually the president of school community council at Spring Creek Elementary. And so we have actually done several studies with this over the years. We've had BYU come and do several studies. We've had the city do several studies. And the reason why they come is BYU comes because they're always like, you're the most dangerous place in the whole city and you don't have any traffic mitigation. So you have no blinking lights, you don't have any stop signs coming out of there. It's basically a free for all. After having several different student groups come in and work with the city council and try and change things, they finally did one painted crossroad over on Nevada. That's it. But I'm telling you, every day is a dangerous time. If you have a child there, they have told us before that until something tragic happens, there's nothing really they can do because of the zoning. And so with the 110 extra houses, we've been very concerned about it. And I know that you guys talked to Ruth Ann Snow, who's the current principal. She didn't have any of those studies done. You should talk to Jill Franklin. She was there for 7 years. I can get you her contact information, but she has several things done as far as studies. You can talk to her. My other issue is the long-term residence issue. Some of these houses are quite small, and because they don't have yards and because they also are going to have a facade that will be maintained, I am worried that they are going to be purchased by developers. Now, in part of my life, I am also the PTA president. I started out as PTA president at Spring Creek, then I went to the Provo City Council, which is the school district. And so with that, I was able to see the different neighborhoods, and Spring Creek is actually the most impacted school in the entire district ahead of Franklin. And that is because of the neighborhoods that look like the Slate Canyon neighborhood and the other ones down there. So now we have a very transitory population. I now am on the state PTA board. I'm the Region 10 director, so I oversee Provo, Nebo, Juab, and Tintic school districts. And so I can see overall, overwhelmingly, the schools that have this kind of building where the houses start kind of smallish, and then the families move in for a little while, they outgrow them, there's no yard, and so they leave. So we're left with very unstable school populations. And so I know that when you hear about how it looks from how you look, it looks great, but from boots on the ground where I am able to see 4 different areas, Provo, Nebo, Juab, Tintic, I can tell you that the most impacted schools in the entire school districts are ones with the areas that look like ours. And that is, you can see, true, because Spring Creek Elementary is the most impacted school in the district, which you would not think if you were to look at where it's located in the neighborhood. And I understand that part of that is because of the busing, but it's also because of the transitory smaller houses that we have there. Thanks.
Thank you. We also did receive your letter, and we read it. We always read community letters. Thank you, Ms. Raybeck. Anyone else? Oh, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Yeah, I normally, yeah, I have this somewhere. Yeah, we received letters from Ashley Rayback, who just spoke, Brian Hopkins, Annette Newren, David Connect, Pace Killian, Christina Davis, and Brooke Gardner. Yeah. Just noting that. And then we'll now move to the general public. I'm sorry. Yeah, public comments are now open. The general public, you will now have 2 minutes each to comment. So please come forward, state your name and your city of your residence.
Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Christina Davis, and I live in the Slate Canyon neighborhood and Provo South neighborhood. And because parking is an issue, we've been measuring garages and driveways with our tape measures today. And we found that the residents who have a 20-foot garage, if there's nothing in their garage, nothing like a stroller or a bicycle or anything like that, they can fit 2 cars, but they can't open the doors to allow passengers in and out. So we are desperately trying to solve the problem of why people are parking on the street instead of in their driveways and garages. So we are asking that the minimum 20-foot garage be reconsidered because current vehicles do not allow for the doors to open and people to exit their cars with two cars in the garage, which means parking will spill somewhere else. Thank you for considering our need for greater than 20-foot garages.
Can I ask you to clarify, Christina? I'm sorry. When you say 20 feet, are you referring to the width of the
So
the
the
garage?
garages on Slate Canyon Drive with the houses in the area of concern with an equal house to these that are proposed have 20-foot width and 20-foot depth.
Okay.
So they're 20-foot square with a 20-foot garage, and the front of the yards are between 24 and 29 feet. And if the city ordinance is to have 2 feet before the next driveway, that means technically a parking space is 15 foot. So it only allows a width for one vehicle in front of the lot with the setbacks to allow compliance with the city ordinance for sight lines of the 2 feet before the next driveway. So the 20-foot width is not realistic and is setting us up for subsequent problems. So we measured to say, where can you store things if your garage is storage? And we request that when these are built, attic storage be added, or as Ms. Jensen said, designated storage in a basement area, because the concept that you store in your garage means your car is not in the garage.
All right. Thank you for the clarification. Anyone else?
I'll speak fast. This is regarding item number 3.
Yeah.
Well, you number 4.
Please, right into the microphone. State your name and where you live.
Okay, I'm Adriana. I'm in District 2. Everything I'm going to say is backed by the city's public information available online. The staff report left out vital details. It was not included that the area being developed has what a lot of us call the castle, noticed as historical landmark lime kiln oven. Provo's Hillside plan has a goal to develop social trails by the lime kilns. Another goal is to rehabilitate the lime kilns as an interpretive historical site. This plan does not currently align with Provo's plan that was adopted just in December. The second major element omitted is an old main road that cuts through this property. The reason this is so important is because the report displays this lot as vacant and gets no use from the community, when that could be further from the truth. The trail is used hundreds of times throughout the week all year long. The trail connects neighborhoods that feels like a hike with amazing views without being a strenuous hike. It has enriched both the north and the south neighborhoods. Reviewing the developer's plan shows efforts to add paved sidewalk on the east side of Nevada Avenue. I really do appreciate those efforts, but there is a reason so many choose to walk the natural trail instead of the existing sidewalk on the west side of Nevada Avenue. In the developer's plan, there is parking law and a trailhead for Bonneville Shoreline Trail, which is awesome, and I'm glad they did it, and a great trail. But there are a lot of bikers on this section, and it does not preserve the frequently used walking trail that exists currently now below the Bonneville Trail, and it would be destroyed if developed. And it could be a reason why it was included in CHAWS and fought for all of these years by so many in the neighborhood. A lot of us feel we have no choice in stopping this land to be developed. A solution to better utilize the space and avoid all the issues my neighbors are addressing could be taken care of if we continue Bicentennial Park on this lot instead of the proposed lot. It could be the new place for the Frisbee course. Repaving the trail would allow individuals to bike and have stroller access. Adding bench seating along the trail would be a great addition to keep this land natural and continue the goals of Provo to preserve our hillsides and keep the drainage fencing in place. I want to make it clear that I am for growing population of our amazing city, and I am for housing to be developed. I really do appreciate the developers' efforts being made in their plan. This plot was complicated and already being used by so many of the community, and a major reason why we moved into the neighborhood and have stayed for years. We have a lot of amazing lots in Provo where we could add this much housing without as many issues. I am all for the city benefiting financially from development to make Provo even greater, but just like the popular saying, just because you can doesn't mean you should. We can receive funds for Bicentennial Park elsewhere. This is the wrong plot to add development and should not be the trial for building on CHAWS. Thank you.
That's wow. Okay. No, there's no clapping or cheering, but kudos for her flow. That's
I had to get in as much as I could in 2 minutes. Sorry, Adriana Romney. Kading, I guess legally. What did you?
okay. Just where you live.
In Provo. I'm on. What are we? District 2, Oregon Avenue. Sorry, that's my street.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anything else?
Did anyone have any questions or follow up for her?
Probably not. It was a lot to take in. so
We're gonna
I
have to
understand.
take a
I'll put it in an
recess.
email later.
I'll ask I have a follow-up question.
Okay,
I'm familiar with the
Yeah.
area. I
Yeah.
went to Provost.
sweet.
I've lived here
I love
40,
it.
over 40 years,
Yeah.
but, are these kilns, I've walked the Bonneville shoreline. I've seen the kilns. Are these
Yeah.
the ones with graffiti on them?
Both of them do, and actually just recently, but the one that would be torn apart is actually pretty cool. And there's a spot on it where you can just say hello and you can hear your voice bounce off the whole mountain range in the valley, and it's awesome and it should be preserved.
Okay. And I'm curious, I don't have another follow-up question for you, but if if the developer could address it on, maybe not right now, but take some time during the public comment. I looked at the location of these kilns. They're called oven kilns, and it appears that they're not on the property. Is there a way, if you could verify that during the public comment portion, or research that while we're looking? Yeah, it appeared to me to be like south of the contemplated property and rezone. I understand there's some dispute about that, and so that's why I'm asking the developer to take some time to look at that. I've heard public comment on it, and I'm gonna do my best not to interrupt you guys, and yeah. Next person. State your name and where you live.
Sure, Pace Killian, wherever the heck all of us live. I don't know what district that is. Pace Killian?
Thank you.
I don't know, District 2 or something? Feels a lot like Fast Sunday. Okay, okay, first, I would start by saying thank you, Director Pepperoni. I really appreciated yourself, the developer, everybody. I think that and the questions that the council asked showed a lot of thought and care about the concerns of us, as well as making sure it's good for the city, profitable development for the developer. They put a lot of thought into design. I came in, I think, with an open mind. I sent an email with my concerns, and I think most of those have been addressed. Parking, water runoff, trail access. Even my kind of Airbnb concern, it sounds like that's addressable, that by requiring the owner to live there. So that's really encouraging to me. The one thing that is still a concern that I haven't fully bought in on is just how close together the houses are. They're really close. And I understand that, I think they said that the rule is 10 feet from your house to your property line. I don't remember the word for that, but 10 feet, and they want to do 5, and that's a really stark difference. And there's a big difference in areas that are really closely squished together and not. We can see the neighborhoods that are close to us, like just up State Street. There's a different feel. I'm not worried about parking anymore, but there's fire, there's impact on the school. When they redo school boundaries, what's that going to happen? And then also, if we do say, okay, we do have this rule, you have to have 10 feet, but we're going to just allow 5 this time, then why do we have the rule, and what kind of precedent does that set? That's my only concern I just wanted to voice, but other than that, in favor of housing, that sounds fine to me. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Killian. Anyone else? Please come forward. Line up so we could keep the meeting moving. Just line up in the front row so I know that you're going to make a comment. Let's come into the microphone, state your full name and where you live.
Don't start my time yet, though, okay? This is just for information. It don't seem like anyone here knows what the water runoff is into this draw. I just want to make everybody.
We need your name before we start. I'm sorry.
Mike Castrider, and I live at 1745 South Nevada. I'm the very southwest corner where the road goes in, okay?
This is part of your 2 minutes, sir.
Okay. There was some concern about how much water, how much debris flow there is. Well, when they originally had the fires and stuff, I inquired of the people that knew what the maximum runoff was for that, for Buckley Draw and that entire drainage. It's 5 acre-feet, and folks, that's not very much at a 100-year flood, so I wouldn't be too concerned about that. And as far as your kilns are concerned, your brick oven things, they are definitely not on the property. I've lived here for 31 years. Okay. My big concern with I think everyone else here, you know, in our neighborhood, is the fact that these homes are so close. It's a beautiful neighborhood, and I don't object to the development of it. But to have houses 5 feet from their house, 10 feet apart, that makes it high density housing, and that's a problem. And I think everybody that lives in our neighborhood, that's the major thing. I'm not sure about setbacks or 20 feet. How much backyards do we have on these? I don't know. Do people have backyards? Has that been addressed? And lastly, where I live, where the road comes out, runs right perpendicular, right into the elementary school. People come up that road in this new development. They're not going to go up the hill. They're going to turn left, and they're going to go into that entranceway. I live right there. Well, every car that comes by all night long, their lights are going to right across my house, right across my bedroom. It's going to ruin our life. I'd like to have that road closed. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Mr. Connect.
Yes, Dave Connect. First, I'd like to thank Bill Pepperoni and Aaron Ardmore for putting up with my stupid questions. 1772 South Nevada Avenue, I'm very close. So I am concerned about how closely packed the homes are. In an R18, it would be 10 foot to each property line, 20 foot total. With the terms of the critical hillside overlay zone, you can reduce that by 25%. So you could be 7.5 and 7.5 or 15 feet. But the PD allows for, as you see, 5 feet. I would like to see some of the homes with 15 between them, like the ones that face west along Nevada and Slate Canyon Drive. So when you see the massive homes on the hillside, it's not a solid wall like the Slate Canyon barracks, as people call them, where they're just so close together. So besides, and if you did that, just on that stretch of 28 homes or so, you would lose probably 3 homes because of eating up that space. Second thing is, Slate Canyon Drive is what it is because of human nature and money, and people have enough stuff that they fill up their garage or they fill up their basement, and they end up parking on the street. And the same thing is going to happen. Investors will be attracted, and no amount of enforcement will stop the accessory apartments. So I would recommend no overnight parking in the subdivision, just like all the others, Aspen and Canyon Meadows and all the others have no overnight parking. And leave Nevada and Slate Canyon Drive out of the mix because the school overflows onto Nevada, and the Slate Canyon Drive needs to be an overflow also, but just in the subdivision, limit the parking.
Thank you, Mr. Connect. We'll have the next person.
Annette Noreen, live in Provo, south of this area. I guess first is I want to make sure that the critical hillside thing does, because at least in the zoning, it sounds like they want to get rid of it. And the other is the concern about the spacing between the house. So I feel like that's just too tight. And so, I mean, and when they were talking about the trucks, well, mine is a full-size truck, you know, with extended cab, 20 feet, it is longer than 20 feet. So 20 feet is insufficient. And especially if you're going to ban overnight parking, you need to expand those garages and those driveways. It's about probably 21, at least 20, it's maybe 22 if you have a longer bed, or even 23 if you have the full 8-foot bed on a truck. So I think if you're gonna ban truck things, you need to make sure that that parking in those garages are, can use, or suburban, and also taller height garages. When we built our house, that was one of the things we knew eventually we wanted to buy a full space truck. So we had to make sure that we had to expanded our garage and made the garage doors taller. And so, but I feel like that the 10, that those houses should be, 10 feet from the property line. There should be 20 feet. And when I was reading about Hillside and clustering, it talks about having putting a few houses close together and having a lot of open space between them, so that there's a view of the hillside. And I don't see this in this design. And so I think it's not matching up with what it says.
Thank you. Please, name and where you live.
So my name is Bradley Romney. I'm the husband of the fastest speaker in Utah. And it's the truth. It's the absolute truth. That shocked me. I live in this neighborhood, right? And I just want to first state that I really didn't want to come up here and speak about anything. I was kind of okay with the plans and everything that were in place, right? We heard my wife speak about it. I've heard her concerns. I've heard my neighbors as well kind of talk about their concerns and their concerns that we all have. Another thing as well, when we had the neighborhood meeting about a month ago, I guess at this point, the developer did a very good job of kind of easing a lot of the questions that I had about this. The reason I decided to come up here today is something that Director Caproni said specifically. So sorry, but I just want to get a little bit of clarification on one thing specifically that was said. I make a lot of tests. And when I heard the specific phrase that this is going to be a test, that to me shocked me. I've got a big telephone pole in my backyard specifically. As Councilman Whitlock said, there's a lot of telephone poles in that whole area, a high pressure gas line. I don't want any sort of tests. I know what happened one test. I go and I test things and I know something probably is going to happen. So when I heard that phrase, it did shock me. It worried me. And that's the reason I came up here, just to have that addressed if at all possible. So thank you.
I'm gonna ask if you could clarify what element of the test you're concerned about. The testing of a plan development where there's somewhat clustering of homes and then open space on the mountainside. Is that what you're referring to?
I just heard that this was the first time, and I may have misheard this piece specifically, but I heard this might be the first time that we had built on a CHAWS type zone. And then I heard the one thing I know that I did heard is that this is going to be a test with the high pressure gas lines throughout that area. I know part of the development does have a high pressure gas line, those electric lines, which do potentially affect me. That's what worries me. So,
okay. This is on the critical Hillside Overlay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and along with the other hazards you mentioned.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Next person. Pick one microphone.
I want both. Okay, my name is Talia Bone. And I don't know what I was gonna say. Okay, something about the natural. Oh, sorry, I live on California Ave over in the hullabaloo over there. And one thing that hasn't been addressed or even talked about was really the encroaching of the wildlife habitat that is there. The deer come down every single winter and spring. I hear myself really well. Is that better?
Yeah, just speak closer to the microphone. I know it sounds loud, but it helps us hear.
Awesome. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I have that discretion, but please don't speak over. I sound like a school teacher. I'm sorry. Yeah, we have that discretion. Just check your microphone real quick and we'll give you a new clock.
Hello.
There we go.
Want me to start over with my name and everything?
No, just go into your comment.
Okay. So the protection of the wildlife that come down, and I've seen deer and wolves and all sorts of wildlife, and I go home quite late, 3 times a week, and I always am seeing the deer. I wouldn't call myself a tree hugger or anything, but I do think there is something to be said and addressed with encroaching upon that type of wildlife, and you're taking away a lot of their food. And I've seen as many as a dozen deer in that field before at one time. And I guess the other thought was children. There's a lot of kids around here already, and they are little rascals. And when things are being built, kids really like to go play on those. And my home growing up had someone fall in and actually almost die. They were impaled. And so I'm a little nervous about that. I don't mind houses coming in, but keeping our kids protected and the extra cars, and it's just a little scary. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Name and where you live.
My name's Scott Elder, and I live on California Avenue. Let me make a couple of comments. One is that I'm worried that there's going to be a lot of cars. There's been talk that one of the gentlemen at the beginning said that there was about a car a minute, and that with the new development there would still be about a car a minute, which makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. So I mean, that would at least be 30 seconds for every car. And if you haven't been down there, that road gets, I mean, he talked about peak traffic levels. I think you're getting a car a minute, maybe at 9 or 10 at night. At peak traffic levels, you're getting a lot of cars there. And with the added units and all those cars, I'm really concerned about that for my family and about anybody that are going to school there. I know that's been talked about, so I wanted to reiterate that. Also, the developer talked about that there was only one way to decrease the cost of houses, and that's to make the land smaller. And I would probably say that one way you could do this is you could make the houses smaller. And in terms of making the like Airbnb and additional dwelling units, is you could finish the basements, maybe. By finishing the basements, I think you would then have, instead of second kitchens and such, that this could be taken care of. I don't understand why they don't already finish basements. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and where you live.
Yes, Vicky Connect. I live on Nevada Avenue, and I've lived in there since 1995. And I have walked this field so many times with my dogs and gotten to know people from the other side of the world over there. And but I've also been a neighborhood chair, and I've been married to a neighborhood chair who I think David was one for 12 or 13 years. So we've had to deal with this Lake Canyon problem, Lake Canyon Road, and it's just been a nightmare. And when I heard this, we were talking PD zone and that the homes would be crunched together like that, I immediately did not like it for that reason and that reason alone. I'm very willing to see that developed. I know what the city did for us when they bought that land. I know the history on it. And so I didn't have a problem with developing it, even though I have to find a new place to take my dogs. But anyway, I don't like it. It's shanty town. I'm sorry. We just don't want that. And I don't think any neighborhood does. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Connect.
Hello, my name is Rosie Mijares. I live on Nevada Avenue. My main concern is that they were talking about affordable housing. $575,000 is not going to be affordable. So might as well build bigger houses. I'm good with numbers, and a $575,000 home right now, at the interest rate that we have right now, is going to be over $4,000. So I say, if you're gonna spend $4,000 on a house with a small lot, why not spend $5,000 and get a bigger lot? So in my opinion, like it's not gonna be affordable regardless. So let the people that can afford it have bigger lots.
Thank you.
My name is Cesar Mijares. I live in 1864 South Nevada Avenue, just 2 years shy of 3 decades living in that neighborhood. I don't really have concerns, just comments. I wish I was in the developer's shoes because that's good to be able to develop that many units. But I guess slightly concern that I have is turnover, as the chairwoman mentioned. I didn't know this fact that Spring Creek is number, I think is the last in turnaround or in turnover. I'm just curious what the effect will be on property values. I'm not worried at all about that, but I'm just curious about that. And the other concern I have is the setbacks. In the past, we've actually tried to build something in Provo. And Provo is extraordinarily difficult to deal with as far as getting permits and whatnot. I mean, I don't know if they changed. I have no clue. I recently heard this mentioned that they're referred as the evil empire. And I'm not sure if that's close to the truth or not. But anyway, I love Provo. I'm planning on dying in this place, and but those are the two concerns that I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? There's a lot more people that are here that haven't spoken. I want to give everyone a chance to say their piece. Otherwise, I'll close the public comment portion of the hearing. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone come up. Well, I saw someone move. This feels like an auctioneer. Okay. Seeing no further commenters, we'll now close the public comments. The commission will have a discussion and entertain straw polls and motions. Once a motion has been made, it will need to be resolved before moving on or making a new motion. Following the vote, we'll announce the result. If there are not enough votes, we'll announce the results and continue discussing. If there's enough votes, we'll restate the agreed upon decision and continue to the next agenda item. So we'll first discussion on the rezone from public facilities and agricultural with a critical hillside overlay to a residential PD. If anyone feels inclined to start with some comments, go right ahead. Commissioner DeSoto.
Yeah, I appreciate all the time that staff has spent preparing this and answering all the questions and everything. I personally think this is a great development. I understand people have the perception that it's high density, but that's not determined by the space between the houses. I grew up in a house that was 1760 square feet in Southern California. We're a family of 6 with a 6,000 square foot lot, and that was totally awesome. We had a park, and I was at the park most of the time. So I don't agree that it's a shanty town kind of idea. I don't agree that it's there's something wrong with people not wanting a huge lawn. I wish I had not bought such a large lot with such a large lawn now that I live in it. And I think this is giving people that option. I also wanted to mention, I think that it's sort of, I think people need to recognize it's sort of a trade-off between the space in between the houses or the space you're preserving behind the houses. And that's kind of what this is doing. It's pushing the houses into a smaller space, but it's not overall less space. Anyway, and wanted to mention, I think it's really great. I think it's the variety of houses are good. These are way bigger than a house that I ever grew up in or would have imagined buying. And though it's not necessarily like it's not a starter home for sure, but a lot of people aren't moving out of starter homes because there's not what they need. And so I think there's a lot of people who now don't want necessarily humongous yards with huge upkeep and all that kind of thing. So I think this is a great development. I also want to second the awareness about light pollution to the developer. I think that that's something, the safety is important, but also the way you do it is really important as well. I wanted to mention, I think it's interesting that almost all of our, anything we do, there's two themes. One is, this is great, but I don't want it near me. So do it somewhere else. The other one is the traffic. But I want to just always reiterate, we are in charge of the designs of streets. The Planning Commission doesn't have any say in that. And so I encourage everyone to talk to the city about that, the proper city entity. But yeah, I think this is really great. I think that we need to put housing throughout the city, and everybody needs a place to live. So that's my thought.
Thank you. Commissioner Kendall.
Can I have several questions actually for the developer.
Yeah.
Can we bring you back up? So when you said there was 20 feet, I thought you were saying the driveway is 20 feet, correct?
Yes.
20 feet long.
wide?
20 feet, yeah. So the distance between the right of way and the garage, if you would, the driveway itself is 20 feet.
The length.
I think the other comment that the neighbor had was the width of the actual garage.
Exactly. What is the width of the actual garages?
That is a question I couldn't answer. They're standard widths.
I looked at the
But
plans you
thank you.
submitted and they are about 20 feet.
That sounds about right.
Some of them were deeper, some of them were slightly wider, but most of them were about 20 to 24.
Most likely the smaller homes will be a little bit smaller, and as they're larger, probably the garage will be a little
And
larger.
if I can interject here,
Please.
I just texted my husband and asked him to go down to our garage and measure so that I could compare visibly what my garage is to the ones that we're talking about as a sample. And ours is 21 feet from wall to wall on the inside. I have a whole length of recycling buckets and a sink on one side. I park a van and a sedan, and I have my lawnmower and stacks of landscaping stuff on the right side, and we're able to get in and out of our vehicles. Our cars are dinged up a little on the outside doors from hitting things that have been left, but it's very usable. We use our garage. So I'm grateful for the fact that someone has been measuring Slate Canyon to see how that problem can be addressed, but I also am going to attest that you can park in a garage of that size.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see. The other question was, what is the backyard size of most of these?
It's the setback is in the range, I think it's 15 to 20 feet. I don't remember exactly what it is, but it is in that range. It's what the city requirement is. I know that the front yard is, usually it's 20 feet, and then there's usually, you can encroach 5 feet with a porch or some sort of slight piece of construction on the home itself.
Okay. And the homeowner takes care of the backyard.
Correct. The homeowners would take care of the backyard. All the front yards would be maintained by the HOA.
And because there's no pool, what are you estimating the HOA monthly might be?
I don't have an estimate for that, but as we get farther along, it would still be maintaining, pickleball courts and things like that, but it would not be as much as it would if there was a pool, which are very expensive to maintain, as you know.
Right.
So,
Okay. And then you have seen those properties that everybody's concerned about in Slate Canyon.
yes, I've driven up there. Yes, specifically, and yes.
Can you explain how you feel this is different than that?
I didn't look in the garages to understand why people are not parking in their garages. I would assume that is the majority of the challenge, is that they're either, and I saw that there was a lot of cars also along Slate that were parked, and even there were driveways that were open. And so I wish I had a good answer for you. I have really no way of understanding why anyone would do that. I do agree. The challenge by not facing Slate in Nevada even if we had a rear load product, people park in front of their house, period. Even if there's no garage there. That is just what happens in Eagle Mountain, everywhere that does that. And so by addressing our parking or fronting the homes to the east, that does self-contain our parking, at least within our development. So I can't promise you, and we have not specifically decided whether or not there would be, we would not allow, we haven't decided whether we would allow or not allow parking on the street. I'm not even sure how I think about that, but we would consider that if the city felt strong enough that we should not allow parking on the street overnight.
Would now be a good time for me to share my opinion about
I don't know.
that?
I was gonna say, everyone wants parking on their street, but not for your neighborhood.
Agreed, yes.
That has actually been one of the contributing problems to the parking on Slate Canyon Drive, is that one of the neighboring developments was allowed to build streets that were too narrow to allow parking on them. And so as a default, they can't park in front of their houses by signage on the street saying no on-street parking ever, and they're parking elsewhere. So I would say, please take care of your parking problem within your neighborhood and allow parking on your streets, which is what you said you would do.
Yes, absolutely.
So that's what I would lean towards based on historical observation.
And that's what we would want ultimately. And we believe that's what the homeowners would want as well.
So what you're saying is that you would favor allowing overnight parking?
Yes.
Because you're containing it within the community rather than letting it spill out?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Does anybody else have any other questions?
I'll give them one while
have
you're
a
looking
couple
up your
others.
notes.
Please.
Were you able to determine if those kilns are
I
within the
did
property?
not. I did not. And I guess I did not want to argue with the gentleman that's lived here 50 years. So I wanted to be careful on what I said. So I wouldn't
I can
contradict
speak
what
to I can speak to this.
Yeah.
There is a kind of back by the Bonneville Shoreline Trail, there's what people call the ovens.
Mhm.
That is not on this property. In the center of this property, there is a sort of like old structure. I think perhaps one of the community comments was speaking to that.
Okay, so they're two separate things. When I
Yes,
looked
they're
at
two separate- they are two
the
separate
map
things.
imagery, the kilns were way up by the Bonneville Shore Trail, south of the property boundaries, southeast of the property boundaries.
And Commissioner Whitlock, I believe that is correct. I was nervous to go against. I actually believe that one structure is actually on. And I think I actually stated that would be the one that we were not planning to keep. The city had no desire to keep it up. In our opinion, in our understanding, it was not historical in any way. To be protected.
Thank you. I have
You bet.
two more.
Go ahead.
Somebody mentioned finishing the basements to discourage people from making ADUs, and that would increase the cost of the structure itself.
Absolutely. It would increase the cost of the home.
Right.
Initially. And that's generally, especially in Utah County, most of you, if you don't have a basement, it's a real negative. People view basements, especially in this part of this state, as kind of free space, if you would, because it's very inexpensive to kind of place the foundation. And so generally those aren't done. There would probably be an option for people that wanted that finished when they purchased the home, they could do that. But most of the time it is not.
And then the suggestion was made to get more space between the homes to make the homes smaller. Tell me your thoughts on that. Are there other designs where you could make them smaller and make it work?
Obviously there's always a way to make it work. It would be very difficult for us to, it would alter the size of the homes entirely. It would restrict us from building certain homes at all on many of the lots. The way that they're designed currently today. So.
Thank you.
You bet.
Does anyone else have any questions for the developer while we have them up here? Go ahead.
One person talked about losing that trail, and if I'm not mistaken, it looks like the trail runs along very similar to where the mudslide retention area is. Is that one and the same?
I don't believe they're one and the same. I'm not sure. And I think we actually had a discussion with that individual afterwards. I'm not exactly sure which trail they're talking about, but
You can just see like it's just a pedestrian beaten path that people have used, and therefore it's there. It kind of goes from the southeast to the northwest.
And I think if it's close to where the channel is or the debris flow, it would not then be covered, if that makes sense. So
Well, that's what I'm wondering, if maybe a solution to that concern would be that channel is something you can walk down when it's not holding mudslides. So that's like, you know, almost 100% of the time. So
correct.
if it was built in such a way that would be conducive to it also being a recreation channel, I see that would meet both purposes.
Yes. Yeah.
Is it anywhere nearby?
It goes right through the.
It's the old guy's main road.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say it's really, when I look at the aerial imagery on this, there's multiple trails traversing the property, at least, gosh, there's at least 4 or 5 or 6.
Okay,
depending
then
on
I'll
where-
wrap this up and say, I feel like what you're proposing for the southern and western areas is a beautiful paved trail with nice landscaping around it. And then there's the option of a little bit more rugged retention area that would be accessible if somebody wanted to walk it. So I feel like and there's a really lovely trail going through the center. So I feel like there's still options for people to walk the area without having to go somewhere else. So we can't really say, please don't use your property because we want to walk there. It's always lovely, but okay.
Thank you.
I just feel like if that's a possibility for that retention area to also be recreated in, then I see that need may still be met.
Okay.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Any other, could probably sit down.
Thank you.
Thanks. Further discussion, commissioners? I have
a
some
whole
thoughts,
bunch.
but- Go ahead.
I also was thinking about the issue of people being transitory. I would love more information on that, but I want to say, I have noticed that Provo is just that way because of the kind of community it is with the college. People come here with their young kids and then they move and they go on to other opportunities. But I feel like it's been sort of suggested that that's related to the kind of housing that's available and maybe the people who live in it. And at least anecdotally, I haven't seen that I live in Grandview. And the more permanent people are the ones living in maybe what you'd say are less nice places. And the people who are always moving are the ones who have other opportunities. So I don't think, at least I can't say that I know data, but I anecdotally have seen that. And I know that the transitory issue with the schools is totally valid, but I don't think it's just the housing type. I think there are other factors as well. That I just want to stay away from the vibe that we are saying, if it's not a huge expensive house, people are not supportive of the schools, or I don't know. I feel like there's a little bit of painting with a broad brush that way that I would stay away from.
If I could add to that, if you don't mind, Commissioner, so I grew up in this area. I've lived here since 1983. The homes built there were they ranged from about 2,200 square feet to about 2,700, 3,000, and the bulk of the people who moved in that time in the early 80s, they still live there. They've been there for 40 years. And so when I hear that this new development that has homes ranging from 1,800 square feet to 4,400, that's with the unfinished basement, and they're going to be called transitory
Or shanty towns.
I have a hard time grasping that.
I think a lot of that perception that we're feeling, and rightly so, is because of the history that we've seen how something very similar on paper has turned out not to be in many ways a positive asset, and it's caused a lot of heartache. But I also think we've learned lessons. I think you guys don't realize because you don't sit in these meetings every 2 weeks, but there've been a whole lot of lessons learned about the right way to do things in Provo City because of what we experience in this part of town. And unfortunately, mistakes were made. And that was the test perhaps for those mistakes. Or see, that was the test, right? We didn't realize it, but I've lived in my home in this neighborhood for 28 years and have seen this entire neighborhood grow up around these developments. I've seen views disappear. I've seen historic pathways be repurposed for homes. I've seen high density housing contribute in positive ways to my neighborhood. And I've seen low density housing or high density housing contribute in negative ways. And I think a lot of that is related to how the city enforced what they agreed to do. I think most of the problems on Slate Canyon Drive, from my perspective, were because what happened on paper and what happened in real life were not the same. And in many cases, it was easier to just let it go and then to enforce it, was at least I think the thinking for the powers that be at the time. And there was a lot of infill that was done that caused a lot of the development on Slate Canyon to have cracking foundations and be subpar. And I think what we've seen presented is actually trying to build into what's already there as the bedrock instead of turning these all into view lots that they weren't meant to be, which is what happened along a great portion of Slate Canyon Drive, where they built up this land to turn it all into view lots, and then it wasn't compacted properly because it was done so quickly. Then the foundations cracked. And so I think even though it would probably be really nice not to have them be 10 feet apart from each other, that's not the problem with Slate Canyon Drive. The problem with Slate Canyon Drive was that the city did not enforce the agreements that were made. And then to compound that, the high density development to the east was made with crazy caveats for parking and occupancy that have just made it so people don't want to stay. Slate Canyon Drive has a lot of people who've been there since 1996 when they built their house, and they still advocate wildly for Slate Canyon Drive today. But there's a lot of people that have also turned over. And so I think it's really easy for us to say this development will be shantytown. This development will turn out exactly like we said this other one will. But I feel like some of the key problems with what we've seen happen in this part of town can be avoided by this careful discussion and opportunities that we have for the development to proffer agreements and for us to learn from the mistakes and not make them again. That being said, I'm going to go through my list of pros and cons just as part of discussion, and we can maybe weigh some of these things out. Is that appropriate for me to do right now? Or do you want to like comment on my big
Let's have some more
oration?
comment.
Okay, because I have things I
yeah.
love about this and I have things I don't love about it. And so I'm ready to say those whenever you're ready for me to say them.
Absolutely. I will not forget to let you have your piece.
I just.
Go ahead, Commissioner
could I
Kendall.
ask Director Pepperoni to just address what Lisa was talking about? How can the city keep this from happening, this turning into Slate Canyon, basically? What is available? What can we do to protect this differently? Because you said this is a middle ground as far as density, right? It's a medium density, but it is clustered and therefore it's as close together. Each home is as close together as Slate Canyon homes. Is that correct?
Yes, it's very similar in that way. It's a middle density in terms of middle ground to what's around it.
Right.
Higher densities north and south, but lower to the west. But I think one thing that really helps is the fact that statement that Mr. Morton made that all the parking in this development is very self-contained. I just can't imagine people within this development parking outside the development because that's going to be quite a walk and quite a distance.
So that in and of itself should make a big difference, right? The fact that they're facing the frontage homes to the east.
We believe so, which is one of the reasons we started going in this direction. Yes.
And are there other developmental agreements that could be done to protect from over occupancy and things of that nature? How's the city going to address that?
Again, I think what's been proffered in terms of CC&Rs that we would also pick up in the development agreement that talked about under occupancy for at least the first year, because that does keep the investment companies that just are buying properties to add their investment pool, rental pool from buying. They won't buy that in the first place if it's got to be owner occupied for a year. So HOAs across the country have been adopting that strategy to chase out the investors or to stop investors from buying more units. So I think that's a very helpful thing.
And Slate Canyon does not have an HOA. Okay.
Well, they may, but I don't know if it's how active it is or how well.
If they do, I don't think they have it anymore.
Okay, thanks.
Well, an HOA, just to be clear, an HOA is only as good as people are willing to enforce it. And then second thing,
But that's why we would pick up that requirement of owner
the city-
occupancy in the development agreement.
yeah, and the city occupancy stuff, that's only as strong as neighbors are willing to rat each other out. I mean, that's the truth. Nobody wants to call in a neighbor who has an over occupied thing, but that's what's required to hold it accountable, right?
Yeah, it's very hard to just drive by a property and say, okay, yeah, that's obviously over occupied. It usually relies on some help from neighbors to tell us about that.
Commissioner Whitlock had some questions.
Yeah, I just had some thoughts. Like, so the point raised by several of the people in our neighborhood, lots of people from the neighborhood here, about safety, I think is very valid. It's a very steep hill that people are coming down regularly, and so I don't know if it's possible to, in any sort of binding way, make this requirement, but I feel like it'd be very important to, at least as we pass this on to the city council, suggest something along the lines of traffic calming measures on that right around the school. Honestly, when I first moved in the neighborhood, I was my kids don't go to Spring Creek because my daughter's in the Spanish immersion program at Timpanogos, but I was thinking like, wow, kids walk down the street and go to school, because usually I'm used to Arizona. We have like flashing lights and all these. That's where I grew up, and I was like, is this even a school zone? Is anyone even enforcing speeding? So I think that should be like an important consideration. The other thought is if the city is planning to complete the upper part of Bicentennial Park, I also feel like that would be it's a very dangerous crosswalk right there. People really speed fast coming along Slate Canyon Drive. And
Do you mean the crosswalk that goes from the corner by the church over across?
correct.
Slate Canyon
Yes,
Drive?
exactly. Because I imagine when we complete that park and we have 100 homes there, there's going to be a lot of traffic crossing the street to get to the park right there. And that would also be like a place that I have significant safety concerns. Again, maybe a little tangential to the item directly at hand, but I do feel like that's feedback potentially we could pass on to the city council. The other thing that I actually find as a very important point, at least for me, is it's a little odd that the city owns that corner lot that's basically unusable, and then the sort of parallelogram lot, and then there's that sort of lot owned by the Thomas Norma Giles that'll be probably unbuildable after this development. So it would be really amazing if somehow those could be incorporated. I know we're super far along, but it just feels like a little bit of I don't know, it's just like an opportunity that we're not fully taking advantage of. Oh, and actually, I guess we are using that triangular a lot, but there's that little parallelogram there.
Yeah.
Just to kind of like finish off the original intent of what Mr. Pepperoni said of trying to avoid a developer, sort of building townhomes right on that sort of upper bench, because there's that lot there.
Also, just as commissioners, as we're going through this, if there's concerns and things, caveats that we have, please write them down, that we put it in however we decide our recommendations to the city council.
I definitely agree about the traffic calming measures. I think that's a concern we hear about a lot, but we have no
we don't have
purview over that. And that's something that I think across the board needs to be addressed in the city.
Commissioner Knudsen.
Yeah, Commissioner Whitlock brought up something that I've been worried about, but he made some good comments about the school, the traffic around the school. I would want to see that the school personnel, like the one lady talked about right to the first, that the school, the city or something get together and do something to protect the students. Because it seems to me like there is going to be a lot of traffic go through that area. So that's one thing that I am concerned about.
I totally agree. That seems needs to be some coordination between whatever new principal is there. It sounds like the studies were done with a prior principal. But an incoming one, okay. But absolutely more, this would be, I hope that whatever motion anyone puts forward, that it includes those recommendations and concerns so that city council can use their legislative powers, which we don't have. But I'll bring up a couple of thoughts if you don't mind. In terms of affordability, this isn't affordable. Like, but when you ask, to me, the difference between this development, which some people referred to as like a shanty town, and Slate Canyon, to me, the difference is about $400,000 to $600,000. And the woman made the comment that you know, why not have bigger homes there? And to me, sure, you can do bigger homes there, but it doesn't meet city's objective. I mean, how is that going to fly that Provo City has land, open space land, and they're going to sell it for $1 million lots? I don't feel good about that. I don't feel good about that at all. That feels like catering to a very select group of people that, and it doesn't meet the general plan objectives of affordable housing. And while these, on top of that, while these aren't affordable by any stretch of the imagination, she mentioned like, yeah, a $500,000 loan at today's interest rate it's about $3,800, $4,000 a month. Yeah. What was I gonna say?
Affordability.
Yeah, I don't, I'm just gonna stop right now. I'll have a comment come to me. Commissioner DeSoto.
I wanted to just say something in response to that. Yeah, it's funny because the one that was just approved, the item that was approved, was the first item about the 2 lots. That's like right by my house. And I would actually rather have this by my house than like 2 huge lots. And the ones next to that, those $1.2, $1.6 million houses, they've been for sale for a really long time, you know? And whereas like a family like my family could sell our house we have and move into one of these, and we have equity and all that stuff. And so that's where it's opening up smaller starter homes potentially. That's the idea, and I think that can be understated.
Yeah, I found my thought again. I know in Vineyard area, there's homes around the lake that are around 800,000, 1.2 million. And that's how much they're going for now. And they all have basement apartments. And they have tons of cars parked in front of them, because the only way those people are making those mortgage payments is because they're renting out the bottom. And it's kind of a scofflaw thing against the city. Like they're not supposed to be occupied like that. And the second thing I wanted to add was, oh gosh, it escaped me. Commissioner Jensen.
I've been on the Planning Commission for over 4 years now, and this is only the second single-family subdivision that has come to us. And I'm looking at the map, and I think maybe there's a third one that didn't come to us. That's the one that was the senior living one. And everything else that's come to us has been multifamily. And for the last 4 years, all we've heard from the Southeast Provo neighbors is stop approving high density multi-unit housing. We need more single family, which is also what's in the general plan, which is also what's in the Southeast area plan. And this meets that requirement. And so I think maybe that's why all of us are thinking of how do we make this work instead of how do we make this not work, because this is really a rare opportunity to have single family homes in this part of town that meet the rooftops that commercial people want, that meet the more stable housing population that people want. So that's one thing I really do like about this project.
That was kind of my thought. Director Maury, if I could call you up. So 2 weeks ago, we discussed the development, the commercial development on State Street, and what I think some of the commissioners reluctantly approved a business office. But one of the biggest, I just want you to kind of vouch for me here, Keith, that the number one of the number one reasons that we haven't attracted a grocery store in South Provo has been rooftops and single family home, higher income rooftops.
No,
and
that's
and does this development reflect the type of housing that you feel is necessary to attract those types of
Yeah, I think it is.
commercial?
You asked me to come up. I've been sitting back there being quiet and trying to bite my tongue. Maybe I could just make a couple of comments since you've invited me to come up. I'm both the Economic Development Director for Provo City, the Assistant Director of Development Services with Bill Pepperoni. I'm a Provo resident. I moved here 3 years ago, so I think I'm an invested member of the community as well. I got my master's degree and my bachelor's degree from Brigham Young University. I think I'm a loyal member of our community, have been for a long time. I believe passionately in what we're doing. I believe that nobody does it better than Provo is doing it right now. So there's a lot of great things about our community. I was the assistant city manager in South Jordan when we did the Daybreak project. I was responsible for a lot of the land planning that allowed that project to be approved. And a lot of the concepts and the principles that were essential to that development are being reflected and mirrored by what Bill has so artfully, I think, put together in this development. It anticipates clustering density in a way that allows more open space to be available. And frankly, I think it's what you're seeing the current and the rising generation wants more of. We're a long ways away from decades ago when everybody wanted acre lots where they could have a garden and mow a whole bunch of grass. And we just don't have that dynamic anymore. I just was sharing, Bill, that the Cam Gardner Policy Institute out of the University of Utah just recently presented some information to the Utah League of Cities and Towns that said that 90% of renters in the state of Utah can't afford a mortgage right now. That's why they're not buying homes. And that the median price for a mortgage is around $3,500 a month when the average rental for that same type of a product is about $2,000 a month. I mean, I'm sure that there's variations up and down in that, but what that says to me is we're not solving this problem. And I think earlier when Bill said that this was a test, he's not talking about geology or power lines or gas lines or anything like that. He's talking about the fact that I don't think anybody in the country has a solution to what we're dealing with right now. And what he's saying to you is that the only way we're going to solve this is if we become really creative and really passionate about trying to solve this problem. And that's what we're doing. We're trying to show the market and show the state of Utah that Provo's willing to take the property that we own and lead forward and try to find solutions to this problem. And I think this gets really, really close to it. I think it does exactly what you said, Dan, and it helps us create more rooftops. It allows more people to get home ownership, and it starts to solve some of the problems that we're talking about, raising incomes, raising number of rooftops so that we get the other types of services that we need in our community. So that's a long way of hopefully answering your question.
Thank you.
And just to reiterate, I read an article in the newspaper, Salt Lake Tribune, like they were talking about this income and mortgage prices and loan rates. And to afford the median priced home in Provo, it requires an income of $135,000. I don't know if income earners above $135,000 will be able to afford some of these homes. So I do have some issues with the affordability, but
no, I agree, and it's going to be tough to get to that. But I think one of the things that this does, though, some of this is a partnership with the developer, right? In some, when you talk about, well, Would this project just be even that much better if you removed a certain number of lots from the development and made it less dense? But part of the reason why we're able to present to you what we're presenting is because it's a partnership with a developer where we said, we'll tell you what, if you densify this a little bit so that we get a more affordable product, it still allows you to have the mass that you need so that you can make the money that you need to make this worth your time and willingness to participate, while allowing us hopefully to have a number that also creates an affordability opportunity. I mean, I'm not saying that we're going to solve the problem, and the number of units here don't even come close to addressing the total number that we need to try to build in our community, but it's a start, right? I mean, we're starting to say, let's see if this will work, because if it does, maybe we ought to be looking at other city property that we own in other parts of the city and doing something similar.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also to second Commissioner Jensen, like the South Provo has gone. A lot of people feel South Provo has gotten the shaft when it comes to not getting single family residences in the area. There's been multiple high density apartments. Actually by code definition, they're not high density, they're low density or medium density. But there's been multiple developments along State Street that have not been single family. And this is a chance for South Provo to have some single family homes that are much needed in the community in an area that hasn't had that opportunity in over a decade. Any other commissioners want to share some thoughts?
I think the thing, so this is very close to my home, and I love that property. I've seen wildlife there too. I think feel a lot of conflicting emotions. So I'm the oldest of 7 kids, and I bought into the market like right after COVID, just when it dipped, barely after COVID, and lucky time. But then I've seen a lot of my younger siblings didn't get in at that time, and they basically kind of just feel like they're sort of stuck out of the market. So, it's been hard. And so I didn't know anything about housing affordability or anything until I joined this commission and started studying the issue. And I totally hear what the neighbors are saying, and these are real concerns, and we all have our quality of life, and we love it. But when I hear people say, add wider garages, more setbacks, I just see in my mind there's a price tag for each of those things. And 575, I would really love. I wish there was a way we could get it down to 500, below median or about a median, to be honest. But at least 575 is maybe something where, like, my brother, who's 2 younger than me, maybe he can start to get into the market on that price in a nice home that he's excited about, and he would live in this home and take great care of it. But yes, but at the same time, I do think it is interesting because this is different. Like, me, if this were privately held land, I would say, let the owner do whatever they want with it. Let's build the homes. It's interesting. It's different because it is city held land. And so I feel like it's a bit of a political question. And, we're not a political commission. We're just here to kind of say, do we feel like this meets the intent of the zone goals, the general plan goals? We're not here to basically like advocate on behalf of our neighbors, because we're not elected officials. And so for people who have concerns that are political, I would highly encourage you to please reach out to the city council and kind of make sure to do that there too. But anyway, so those are kind of my conflicting thoughts.
Thank you. Commissioner Jensen.
Okay, I have a whole list of pros and cons. So as we're discussing what we like and don't like and getting ready to maybe make a motion. I love that this plan has improved connectivity and access to the Bonneville Shoreline Trail. And that is a really nice thing to have at that portion of the trail. It's hard to get to. I love that it preserves that open space on the east side, and will have kind of a rugged, wild look, but also have some nicely structured amenities within the development. I think that's a nice thing. I feel very comfortable about the parking. And I feel like the developer is aware of the problem and will do everything possible to not contribute to the problem. We can't force people to use their garages, but I feel like there's an awareness there. I feel like the spillover will be very minimum. I love the housing plans, that there's roomy and diverse options, and they're pretty, that it's not all going to look the same, that people can choose what they want to put, that there's variety. it will obviously look cookie cutter in the sense that it's all built at the same time, but I feel like it will be a nicely done development. I feel like it's a family-friendly development. It's a neighborhood that will definitely bring families to the area. I think that will help with the transient nature of the school population. I also think that will help with some of the traffic, that because you can pretty much guarantee that these children will be walking to school, even though there will be more cars on the road, they won't be there to take kids to school. So it will not compound that problem, hopefully, as much as we think it will, or as it could. I also think these homes are big enough that I don't feel like they'll be starter homes. I feel like these are the type of home that you would commit to. I could be wrong, but I've seen a lot of projects come through and these don't strike me as starter home level. Personal story, I have, like I said, have lived in the neighborhood for 28 years. There was a large agricultural field at the bottom of our street that was vacant and just had horses in it for a long time, and it was turned into a subdivision. The lots were bigger than this, but not huge yards. So more like similar to this in that they had big houses on normal size lots. And that population has contributed immensely to both our elementary school that is not as transient and demographically disadvantaged as Spring Creek, but is very close to it. And it has really helped to stabilize both the neighborhood itself and the school community. I feel like this project meets many of the general plan and the Southeast area plan goals for the area. I don't think, like the staff report says, I don't think that this really probably qualified for the intent of being in the critical hillside overlay zone. But I appreciate that it accommodates the intent anyway. I'm still a little confused on why we would designate it that and then say, just kidding, it's not really in order to meet this. So there's still part of me that says, let's not do as many so that we're not undoing the designation. So that's an if question for me. I like the trail around the perimeter. I like that they have suggested the transparent fencing along with that trail berm to bring a greater pedestrian scale to that, because I was concerned about the houses backing onto it. And without a giant graffiti fence there, I feel like that will be alleviated to a great extent. I like that the front yards are maintained by the HOA. I do not like that there's not going to be yards put in. So this is maybe just a note to developer. One of the developments on the east side of Slate Canyon Drive did the front yards, but not the backyards. And 5 years later, they are gigantic unlandscaped weed patches because nobody cares about them. So that's a negative for me. I think I've said all that. The things I'm concerned about still remain the status of the overlay, the critical hillside overlay. There's part of me that really doesn't want to pull that off. I feel like that sets a bad precedent. I'm very concerned about the pedestrian crossings and the traffic calming on that steep hill and then down where it meets with Slate Canyon Drive. And I would love to see the setbacks, maybe, I don't know how accurate Mr. Connect's numbers were, but if taking off the PD allows them to be 7.5 feet instead of 5 feet, I feel like that would make a huge difference, just to have 5 extra feet between the two setbacks. Just because, once again, I may be scarred because of what I've seen happen with Slate Canyon Drive, but that feels like that would address the feeling of being so tightly crammed. Now, I also know that the developer isn't deciding which house goes on these lots, unlike Slate Canyon Drive, where the developer basically had one that was going to take the maximum space. But I think most homeowners will probably lean towards taking the maximum space. So it's probably going to be few and far between that we don't have a very small gap between houses. I'm not worried about it as much for a fire safety because I feel like we have a lot of open space there, but I am worried about it from a quality of life standpoint of just really being on top of each other. That's my list of pros and cons.
Thank you, Commissioner Jensen.
you want a straw poll?
Uh,
If we,
let's do that. Let's do a straw poll. Item number 3, zone map amendment.
or maybe just a motion. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I'll, if I could just speak to one of those things, the part of me that feels okay with the critical hillside overlay is that this portion, the development is on the portion of the property that's at 14% slope, and the critical hillside overlay was intended for slopes greater than 30%. And it feels like this still, it feels like, well, one, I think when the cities gives those zoning designations, it feels like they'll designate the whole parcel, right? Instead of just the portion of the lot that might apply to, or be significant, like Jaren too.
Could we amend it so it stays on the eastern portion, but not the western, or is that a moot point once they develop part of the parcels?
I think what's before us is that the zone map amendment covered their proposal is the zone map amendment for the entire parcel area. So I think we would, that may require us to deny it and send a recommendation to do it as you said.
Would the idea be that we would possibly entertain rezoning it to R18, but we don't want the critical hillside overlay to disappear for the whole thing? Is that what you're saying for denying it?
Well, I mean, we have,
Because that's the part that I'm just caught on, removing that critical hillside ordinance right after we put it there.
I believe there's a high likelihood that by the time this gets to city council, the proposal would be to amend the critical hillside overlay zone so it doesn't have to be removed from the property.
And that that proposal will be for areas without the 30% slopes to adjust the 40% requirement, correct?
It would be for properties that, yeah, don't contain 30% slope, that don't have ridge lines, that don't have collapsible soils. There would be a bunch of criteria.
Right.
But that
so
wouldn't
if
apply to
that-
this one because this was already in the works though.
So if we were to pursue that, if that's the way the ball rolls, we'd end up having to come back to you with that code amendment. Okay. This
How
get-
how would it apply to this if we were to accept or deny it tonight,
Well,
or recommend it, or?
deny it.
Well, you could do either one. You could recommend denial because of this critical hillside issue. You could recommend approval, but not taking the critical hillside off the property. You could do either of those.
And then your amendment could fix it retroactively or bring it back to us after the fact.
Yeah, so if the city council ends up being comfortable with the proposal, but thinks that something needs to be done with the critical hillside, we'd come back to you and then back to them with that ordinance amendment.
But I think your concern about setting a precedent kind of goes away because we're doing this simultaneously, I mean, even if it was approved here, I don't think that's a big concern.
But he just said we could approve it and not approve the removal of the critical hill.
Right. With the assumption that we're hoping the language would change so that it wouldn't be an exception to the rule, but it would instead follow the rule. Because that's what was intended all along. What about the,
Not the 40%.
what about the idea of increased setbacks because the PD setbacks just feel too close? What are the options and ideas there? And is that a pipe dream?
Well, I think you should state to the planning commission, to the city council, what your preference is in terms of setbacks.
How would that affect we would have to continue the item because it's based on those setbacks, right?
Well, I don't know. There's a part of me that thinks if you change the set, like, let's say someone says, let's have it 7.5, then you get a smaller home, and then all of a sudden people's response is, oh, now you're doing a smaller home, like, and they'll be even more transient.
I know.
Which to be clear, I don't is not a position I agree with.
I'm fine with the setbacks. The PD setbacks myself, I think that, so again, I live in Grandview. I have almost a third of an acre and my house is like right next to my neighbor's house. And they can see into my bedroom window when they go in their carport. So, it's fine. I'm gonna stay there forever. Doesn't have an effect on me. So I don't know. I mean, maybe people care about that and there are things you can do. You can get curtains, you can get, you know, the things you can do. But I personally think that a lot of people would, especially since a lot of people don't leave their houses, they don't use their yards, they don't go outside. We just don't, you know. It seems like people would rather have that inside space. Myself, that's my opinion.
Commissioner, I just have a process question.
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
there's two items before us. One is about recommending to the city council this rezone. The second one is the concept plan approval. So with the, you know, there's been, you said earlier you would recommend if we were to make a motion, you would hope something attached to it around the safety concerns should be done. Which of those two should it be done with? And then also if you have sort of feedback on the concept plan, does that go along with the concept plan motion? Just
I think it should go with the concerns be brought up in item number 3.
Okay.
That the rezones can, I'm not gonna say contingent because we don't have
but
that
that's
authority.
our recommendation to the city
But our
council
rec-
is sort of contingent upon.
Yeah,
a few
our recommendation
considerations.
includes that that these concerns A, B, and C be addressed by either the city or the developer.
Could I make a recommendation that we make a list right now of our concerns that we would like the city council to take into account when they review our recommendation to them?
Yes, please.
And then we have all of those out on the table? I've
Yeah.
written a few of them. Do you want me to give that base list and then we
Let's-
can take,
Let's start with your base list and we'll go down the line if any other commissioners want to add to that.
Okay.
I actually think it could be helpful as we're listing items just to straw poll who cares for the item.
Oh, that's a good idea,
I
individually?
like
Yes.
that. I'm
Okay.
down with that.
Okay. So I'll start with the first one then. A recommendation that pedestrian and traffic calming measures definitely be addressed.
Yes, I'm on.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
That's unanimous, I think.
Okay. I'm marking that as a yes on our list.
Okay.
The next one is that the critical hillside overlay zone wording might need amending. We would like that to be amended so this isn't an exception.
Let's straw poll on that.
Okay, straw poll.
I would say that's a good idea for consistency and make sure we're following our own rules. It's
also me.
Yeah, yes.
Jeff, can you explain why you had concerns that it's not meeting the 40%? Tell me about that.
I wasn't a concern. I was just saying that there was, as Director Pepperoni mentioned, it's meeting 3 of the 4 requirements, but it's missing on one of the requirements of the critical hillside overlay zone, which is that you can't basically disturb over 40%. I think that was of the land on a given plot.
And is that
And
house
that-
per house on the subdivision or is that the whole entire acreage? So if you look at the picture, more than 40% of each of those lots would be covered with a house.
Just by virtue of the size of the home. So that's why it doesn't actually meet all 4 requirements of the critical hillside overlay zone. But what Director Pepperoni is saying is that there is in parallel an effort to amend the city code around the critical hillside overlay zone to basically say if a particular piece of property does not have 30% slopes, does not have critical ridge lines, does not have soil stabilization problems, then that 40% requirement would not be required.
Is that clear? Okay. That helps me.
So that's
I
the
would agree with
question.
that.
Do we agree with that effort that we would like them to move forward with that instead of granting an exception for this project, but
Correct.
changing the
Amend the
language?
whole, yes. So it carries through all the.
So that's a yes for her.
Commissioner Sal, did you have a?
I
opinion on
would
that?
support that, but I don't think that's necessary because I think this body and certainly the council has the opportunity for appropriate cause to go back and look at what we've done in the past and say, hey, let's modify this or let's tweak this. whether that's doing on a one-off basis or whether rewriting the whole thing. So for me, that's not a sticking point.
Yeah,
What about you?
I'm gonna say a no on me either, so we'll.
5-2.
5-2.
Sorry, I want to
Go
clarify.
ahead.
I think it's a good idea, but I'm not going to not vote for this based on that. I do think that this, like, I think that's when you said this was a test, Director Pepperoni, that this is like seeing how this applies to what we're trying to do on a given property. And I think this was a good learning experience that I think we should still follow through with that, making sure that that's clear and that we're not making all random exceptions. But yeah, it's not, my vote's not going to hinge on that.
Okay, so that one is 4-3, but still, we all agree it's a thing. Whether it happens before or after. Okay, my third one is that the HOA promises include owner occupied within 1 year and somehow an ADA ban. I think you worded that somehow
ADU.
that it would not be allowed. Oh, I did say ADA. We don't want an ADA ban. We welcome all abilities. ADU ban might be preferred in that agreement. So HOA promises, he said he was willing to listen and create the rules together, and I like that, and I think he would. But owner occupancy within 1 year, like for a whole year, it has to be owner occupied. And then some sort of language about ADUs. I think those two things would be important elements of the HOA or a development agreement, whichever is stronger.
Two things, just comments on that real quick. One, I think ADUs already aren't allowed for that zone. And then the second, correct, that was in the staff report.
No, they are not just outright, but by petition, they would still be.
They'd have to get the 66% of adjacent homes, right?
So the council just went through a process to remove one of the SDP zones from allowing ADUs and all PD zones. It's not yet on the online version of the code because it's so recent.
Oh, okay. So this would be included in that if it was approved.
Yes.
Okay.
What was your other, I had a response to your other thing, but I just
Was
forgot.
the 1 year? Was it
Owner
the 1 year?
occupancy for 1 year.
My other thing is that we, as a planning, or you as a planning commission, we shouldn't be discussing terms of a development agreement, just to be clear.
Okay. I was just stating it as a restatement of what he had offered over the podium, so.
But if ADUs are disallowed by the ordinance, then is the 1 year thing still important?
I think so, because I like the fact that it disincentivizes
The investors.
from buying up the properties.
Okay.
Even if they're just gonna resell them. But I feel like that will jack the price up. I would like them to be sold to the person who's gonna live in them, and that gives us a greater likelihood based on what Mr. Maury has told us in the past about home turnover and those investment things that happen.
I'll say I don't think 1 year is sufficient.
I
think,
agree.
But this is something the developer has to determine, right? There's a preference and a recommendation for owner occupied and the sufficient time, which in my mind is at least 2 years.
Okay,
But
so-
I don't, nobody's offered that.
Right.
So
What if our straw poll then of things that we want to make sure are considered by the city council are that the HOA details address owner occupancy and ADUs to meet the city's goals of owner occupied housing.
I
or
think
something like that.
our recommendation on that would be, yes, that the city council would address
How to have owner occupied
how to
housing.
have greater
likelihood.
lasting owner occupancy.
So the way Lisa, Ms. Jensen just stated that was really good, that what you're doing is making recommendations to the city council on issues you'd like them to think about or address. You're not putting conditions on a rezone.
Nope.
Simple.
We're just saying these are three things
Very
so
good.
far that all of us feel strongly enough about. Let's straw poll on that though, because I'm jumping the gun. Owner occupancy, that's something we want the city council to address. You want a straw poll for that?
Yes,
Yes.
those who care.
Okay, everyone else on
7,
that one.
everyone's concerned about owner occupancy to a very high degree.
Okay, those are the three main things. There's a few little things, but those are the three main things I think worthy of passing on.
go through your little things, and then let's also hear what the other commissioners have to add on to that.
I guess my question just on process is like the few little things I have are just with related to the concept plan. Do we want to attach those to item 3 or attach those to item 4?
Good point of differentiation.
Yeah.
If it's related to the concept plan, then we'll stick it with the concept plan vote. Anyone else concerns with the zone change?
Would owner occupancy concerns attach to the concept plan or the zone change?
Zone change.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely the zone changes, the agricultural public facilities to residential. And as for the edification of the public, we're a recommending body, not a legislative. Any other issues we'd like to bring up as part of the rezone? Okay, and that was 7-0 on the HOA or
Owner occupancy.
I'm sorry, owner occupancy being addressed. Does anyone want to put forward a motion?
I will.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll give my findings as a preface, but I feel like due to the fact that this zone change request meets what we have heard the neighborhood wants and what we see in the general plan and the Southeast area plan, I would therefore make a motion that let me find the right one to read. Forward a positive recommendation to the city council for a zone map amendment from the PF Public Facilities Critical Hillside, PFCH Public Facilities Critical Hillside Overlay Zone and A11 Agricultural Zone to the R18 PD One Family Residential Performance Development Overlay Zone in order to create a 110 lot single family development located approximately at 1630 South Nevada Avenue. We would like to forward along with that is it a request or a recommendation that this city council consider pedestrian and traffic calming measures, rewording the critical hillside overlay zone, and addressing how to encourage owner occupancy in the proposed development.
Okay, discussion on the motion. I'm going to discuss on that motion. I do want to note that the neighborhood voted about 30-10 against this development. I just want to make note of that. But as a recommending body and a consulting body for Provo City, we'll vote. Does anyone want to second the motion?
Can I say one other thing?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
On the motion, and this really goes back to the list, but the point that came up about the 2 parcels on the north end of that, while they do front the street there, and I don't know that it's part of this, it may be recommended that those parcels be looked at and folded into whatever action happens here, just
Oh, yeah.
particularly the one that's owned by the
I
city.
definitely think the one that's owned by the city, it would be wise to include this in, just to leave one
At least
less.
consider it.
Let's vote on that straw poll is that all right if I straw poll real quick?
Yeah.
Who wants to include the 2 additional parcels as
For-
part of
for
this
consideration.
rezone? For consideration.
Yes.
I think we have to vote on the motion, right? Let's go ahead and vote on the motion.
Can I withdraw the
and-
motion? I'll withdraw my motion because I think that that's something I would have liked to include. So I'll make it again after you do a straw poll.
Okay. Commissioner Jensen has withdrawn her motion.
Not my emotion, no, it's still there.
Her motion. We'll go ahead and
Okay.
amend your motion.
So first we need a straw poll so I can add that to the list.
Uh,
The straw poll item that was recommended before that I would add to my list would be that we would encourage the city council to take a look at those 2 parcels in between the Alpine Summit townhomes and this proposed subdivision as included in the zone change.
All those concerned? 6-0.
Six to
I'm
one.
sorry, 6-1. 6-1.
Okay. Okay. Chair, I would be happy to make a motion on this item.
Please.
Okay. I move that we forward a positive recommendation to the city council for the zone map amendment from the PFCH Public Facilities Critical Hillside Overlay Zone and A11 Agricultural Zone to the R18 PD, One Family Residential Performance Development Overlay Zone, in order to create a 110 lot single family development located approximately at 1630 South Nevada Avenue in the Provo South neighborhood. Along with that recommendation, we would include 4 additional recommendations for the city council to consider. Pedestrian and traffic calming measures, rewording the critical hillside overlay zone, discussing how to ensure or encourage owner occupancy in the proposed development, and to consider including the 2 extra parcels to the north in the rezone.
And to clarify, the 2 extra parcels are the city owned.
There's a city-owned one, but also another one that would just be hanging there unattached to anything.
Okay.
I think we were talking about both of them, right?
Yeah. Consider the effect of this
Yeah.
rezone with that.
Yeah.
Is there discussion on the motion? Is there a second on the motion?
I'll second.
We have 2 seconds by Commissioner DeSoto and Commissioner Knutson. We'll go ahead and vote on item number 3. We'll start with Commissioner DeSoto.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. Item number 3 is recommended for approval 7-0 with attached recommendations. Let's see, item number 4. The concept plan.
What are the?
Commissioner Whitlock had some concerns
things.
specifically to the concept plan.
Yeah, I
Let's
just
bring those up and then hear everyone.
Yeah, I had a couple just small points of feedback for the developer. That sort of hopefully incorporates some of what we heard tonight from the residents. So first would be consider the lighting. I know the city has some requirements on them, but I think one of the things the residents appreciate about the area is that the dark skies and sort of the natural environment. And so please use down lighting. Another one is we heard quite a bit of feedback, and I personally have seen this where the Bonneville Shoreline Trail goes quite high over that property. And so a lot of the residents who live in the neighborhood to the north, you just named it? Alpine Meadows and other places will use the trails crossing that property very frequently. And so if it were possible to potentially consider a way to connect a trail from north to south along the property, I think would be greatly appreciated by the residents.
It's Canyon Meadows. I think I said it wrong.
Canyon Meadows. Because basically, if you look at the concept plan, the developer, the plan has a really nice trail from east to west that kind of goes from Nevada up into the Bonneville Shoreline Trail, but there isn't any sort of like trail or anything kind of going across. There is the trench we'll have for the debris, but I don't know if maybe put a trail on like the berm of the trench or something. If there's something that we could do, I'm sure it would be really appreciated by the neighborhood. Those are my 2 points.
There's actually Bonneville Shoreline Trail experts who are passionate about that. So if you need to know who to collaborate with, the neighborhood district representatives can hook you up with who that is.
I think, yeah, one of us here today, I think Christina Davis is part of that group. Also to clarify, item number 4, this is exclusively a planning commission decision. We approve concept plans, so we can attach conditions to them.
I've
Or-
had my
or-
concerns about the critical hillside overlay zone taken care of. And I've had my concerns about traffic. At least I feel like someone's going to talk about them further before making a final decision. But I'm still a little worried about this, the setbacks with the PD and what that does to house prices if we mess with it, what it does to the feel of the neighborhood.
I mean, the thing that I would be an interesting consideration, not necessarily suggesting this, but could you remove an amenity or two to get a lot or two to then allow more setback?
That's what I'm thinking. If
And
one
without-
lot was,
without-
if
without
one
dram-
lot on each of those streets was alleviated, you'd get an extra foot or something, you
what
know.
about those 2 lots that you're asking for the city council to consider? What if those were a part of it? Does that allow for spacing?
Mm. Most of it would be because it's so steep right there. Most of it would probably just be swallowed up in the area you can't develop is the problem. And I think that's why I think we're having a hard time because clustering is a great concept that we've been talking about and encouraging about, but usually we're encouraging clustering on smaller parcels. So it actually looks like a nice little cluster of 20, 25 homes, and then you've got the open space. Well, now because of the nature of the landscape and we're trying to not interrupt it too much, our cluster's huge, so it doesn't feel like a cluster. It feels like a higher density subdivision. And you forget that the mountain is also part of it.
I'm comfortable with the clustering because I think it does preserve that a very significant portion of the proposed development and more importantly preserves well, one, the steeper slope areas. So I'm pretty comfortable with the clustering, but I think maybe this might be something we straw poll on with setbacks and comfort on. Commissioner DeSoto has her hand up.
I would really like to see again I think it was Director Pepperoni's presentation that had like a little
The
graph.
cross
of
section.
it was like a graph of the heights or the.
It's terrace where it shows that it's
Yes,
terrace.
This one right here.
Yeah. So I am of the opinion that even though they're clustered, because they are going like up the mountain, you're still gonna have a view of the mountain most of the time. Like they're not gonna be skyscrapers, you know? It's almost like you see each roof line looks like it's at almost the midway there from the house before it, above it, or at the door, like maybe the door of the other house. So I don't think, given the terracing that's going to happen, that it's going to feel as clustered as it looks on a flat map, in my opinion. I think that needs to be taken into account, kind of like what we did recently with the small like condos that are like by that whatever, there was like a city thing, like a station, some sort of station that and it was like in the mountain in I think Pleasant View neighborhood, was it? Anyway, I don't remember which one it was, but like people were worried about the height, but the height of the building was lower than the actual mountain.
The one where they were excavating a giant mound?
Yes,
Okay.
that one. Yeah. And so in reality, it wasn't impeding any view. And I think this is not quite as, it's not like there's a huge cliff or something, but I think it's going to feel a lot more spread out once they're like, it's not just going to be spread out horizontally, but also vertically. I think that's going to make a big impact in how it feels.
I would agree, except that Slate Canyon Drive homes are built very similar to this, where they exit out the front, or they exit out on the first floor on one side and exit out the second floor on the other side. And they're built into the hillside and they're this far apart. So I think visually they'll still look very close together. But I want to have faith that we've learned our lessons and this will be done better. And that's where I'm hung up.
I just remember when I validated this, but we learned on this commission that it's $25,000 for a parking spot in Provo. And you know, I was shocked when I learned that, and I tell that to my friends and, you know, at cocktail virgin cocktail conversations. And, you know, I think a lot of, you know, the thing that's really nice about owning a home is like you basically have permanent rent control because you have your mortgage and that's your mortgage. I think a lot of, I hope I don't come across as preachy. I'm just trying to share what I've learned here is like, I think a lot of people who have bought in the market and they have their mortgage, they really don't necessarily fully appreciate the dramatic inflation we've seen in everything across the board with housing, land values, construction costs. And so again, when we're talking about easements, yes, you could potentially squeeze down the home. So that's basically all you can do. But now you're looking at still the land itself underneath the home is quite expensive. And so now you're looking at sort of like a less desirable still home that costs $500,000, or you're just going to, you know, have fewer homes in there, increase the size of the home. And now we're talking about $650,000, $700,000 homes. And so again, I think there's competing priorities and it is a very tough issue. And like, it sort of just makes me mad that we're in the world we're in where things are so freaking expensive. But you know, that's what happens when you have a desirable place to live with a growing population.
So am I the only one that has a problem with the setback then, enough that they would?
It's not that I don't have a problem with it. I do. And obviously the neighborhood has a problem with it. It's just, I think there's trade-offs. And they're
Right.
really significant trade-offs.
Yeah, to me, I see a trade-off between affordability and space.
Well, is
You
it
have and you have to
affordable
balance
as it-
that.
It's not affordable as it is, right? I mean, we're
Well, nothing's
we've already
affordable.
entered not affordable.
Not even apartments are affordable, really.
Well-
If you ask renters, they're gonna say, no, they're not affordable either. Yeah, they're $1,000 less than a mortgage or $1,500 less than a mortgage, but they're still not affordable.
But I think that the market for this wouldn't be somebody starting out graduating college with their first job. It would be somebody like me and my husband who have a house and might maybe want one slightly bigger with a smaller yard. You know what I mean? Or something like that.
Or people who have a much
downsizing.
larger home and are downsizing, which
Right.
is something that people are doing a
Older
lot of right
folks,
now
yeah.
with
But active,
the
older.
silver tsunami, as they call it.
There's a lot. I think I know multiple 80-year-old couples that would love to trade in their 3,000 or third acre lot into a 1.5 acre lot.
Yeah, but do they want to trade it in for the same size house or just for a smaller yard?
It might be an upgrade for them, but they have smaller homes on larger properties.
Or they might want something newer that's lower maintenance
Right.
initially for
No
the time they're
front
going to
yard.
have it. Yeah.
That
Or
silver
just,
tsunami would
it's
love it with no
new,
front yard.
not an old house like mine. You know, I have a 1959 house and it's a lot of maintenance and upgrades.
My guess is that these will be a lot of dink young families and people who are downsizing.
That's dual income, no kids.
or young or few kids, dual income.
Thank
few
you
kids,
for that.
Diffuse.
So quit our chitty chat.
Thank you, Sandy, keeping us on track.
Ooh.
Well, let's
Come kick us out.
straw poll or
So-
motion, but let's move forward.
So I have concerns about the setback as well. I just think it will increase the home prices if we say we don't like the setbacks, take a couple houses out, it'll increase the price. But are we already at that point where,
That might be worth it.
yeah,
Yeah, I think I would like to see even a foot or two more, just a little bit more space.
Okay, let's do a quick straw poll on commissioners that are concerned with, would like a little bit more space in between homes. All those who want a little bit more space between homes, raise your hand.
Can we clarify this motion here?
Yeah, I'm doing it generally vague, but I
Okay,
see
just-
3 so far, but let's go ahead and clarify it if you
Are
want.
we saying that we will vote against this? Are we saying we will vote against this concept plan if there are not additional spaces between homes? Or are we just saying, what do I feel like?
What do I feel like? Yeah.
Because like I said, it's nice, obviously, like the neighborhood wants the space.
How are you quantifying that though? Like a foot or two more, a foot or two less, like there's just no bearing on that. That's my big issue with it.
Well, maybe
That's-
we already shot ourselves in the foot by approving the PD or recommending the PD for approval, because that's what gives it the 5-foot setback.
Exactly.
which we're okay with because you have to have the PD in order to cluster it. And if without the PD, you can't do anything. Maybe we would just like 2 less houses. I don't know.
The PD also saved you from having ADUs, so that was a good thing.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Actually, that's a really good thing.
I thought that was like one of the major concerns that made me a little bit feel more comfortable with it when I read the staff report, that as a PD, it wouldn't have ADUs.
Then we're stuck.
Right.
Let's make a motion.
Let's hear a motion.
Were we going to, the notes I made, did anyone care about those? Are we gonna add those to the suggestions, or how do you want to?
I did
Just
have a
leave it
few
as is?
others.
This is the lighting and cross trail, Commissioner Jensen.
Yes, the developer said something about maybe gating off that mudslide area to prevent people from off-roading in it. Like, I don't know if that's something we want to throw out there as,
That is a very big concern in the
because you
area.
expressed that as a concern at a parking meeting, if I remember right.
Yeah, there's a lot of off-roading activity back there with cars, but also dirt bikes. And I don't know if you all heard, but there was a recent accident at a park with a young girl was hit by a dirt bike, and then just, I think it's a safety concern.
I agree. I totally agree. I think, but would any type of gating or barriers defeat the purpose of the debris flow channel?
I think you could have something like what they have at the mouth of Slate Canyon Park that keeps traffic out, but would still allow water to flow through. It looks like Mr.
To me,
Pepperoni.
that feels like an engineering question.
To me, just having people living there, policing the area,
Would
that's
keep 'em
gonna
out.
chase out the illegal uses.
Okay. Yeah, aside from the setbacks, I love everything about this development. I think it's a really, considering all the high density we've reviewed in the last 4 years, it's really a lovely thing to see people wanting to build a home and contribute in more stable way to the area. Even if they turn over, I think that they'll still be a positive asset in the area.
I agree. But we need to hear a motion.
I think Jeff should make the motion.
I'll make a motion. Make me make the motion. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that the planning commission approve the concept plan along with the additional feedback to the developer that they consider including dark sky lighting with down covers, as well as a north-south trail connection. And would like to approve the concept plan development services, request approval of concept plan for 110 lot residential subdivision in a proposed R18 PD located approximately at 1630 South Nevada Avenue, Provo South neighborhood.
Is there a discussion on the motion? Is there a second on the motion?
I'll second.
Yeah, let's go ahead and vote. Commissioner DeSoto.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Item number 4 is approved 7-0. Thank you for your time and patience.
Move to
I'll
make
move
a
to
motion that we
Let's
adjourn.
have, is there a motion to adjourn?
I make a
So
motion to
moved.
adjourn.
Second.
Second.
All right.
I think we have to vote.
Yeah, all those in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Were they? They never were friends with me before. I don't know.
I don't think we'll figure
Uh-oh.